The date is February 15th, 2023. The time is 6 p.m. And it appears that all commissioners are present. Also in attendance is Charles Budd, our city manager, Bobby Pickens, our city attorney, along with George Young, also our city attorney, Colonel Wells, and Captain Ussery. All accounted for. And as a special guest tonight, we'd like to welcome Sunny. Sunny is the clerk for Palaca, and she is down tonight shadowing. She and Karen, I think, are working on how to make our Zoom and our YouTube, how to make it just a little better. So welcome, Sunny. Thank you for being here tonight. Commissioner Bates, if you will lead us our invocation, please stand.
Father, we come before you once again to give you thanks, to give you praise, and to lift up your most holy name. God, tonight I pray for peace in our community and amongst this commission. I ask all this in your son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. Who is actually playing trivia at Three Bananas? It looks like we've got a lot of teams here. With that, I'm going to make a few announcements, and then we're going to have some housekeeping. So first off, I want to announce that this Saturday evening from 5:15 to 7:45, we have Sunset on Stella. The Rusty Trumpet will be performing, so please make sure you come out, bring your chairs, your lawn chairs, your blankets, whatever you need to sit in. It's a wonderful opportunity to watch a sunset and hear the music. On February 25th, we're very excited to announce this. We're going to have our inaugural, our first ever Crescent City Soul Food Festival. It's going to be held at Eagle Lions Park. It's going to be from 11 to 7 in the evening. And I know right now they're still looking for food vendors, correct? Also on that same day, we have our Arts and Farmers Market, and that's going to be from 9 to 2. And that is, of course, going to be over on the market corner. March 11th, we've got our movie in the park. This one's going to be Jurassic Park, or Jurassic World nomination, I guess. Not Jurassic, but anyway. The Women's Club, they are going to have bingo this Friday evening. It's from 5 o'clock. They're going to start serving. I believe they're having chili dogs for supper. And at 5:45, the bingo begins. Also, on March 11th, if you have any valuables, they have a road show that's going to be there from 10 to 4 at the Women's Club. And that's where you can come in and have all of your valuables appraised. And I think that's it. As always, we've got a lot going on in the city. A little bit of housekeeping if we can. We've had a couple of requests, commissioners, that we move our business items before our public hearings. So if I can get a motion to do that. So it would come after our sheriff's report. So number 11 would move up to before 10.
All of our business items?
All of our business items. We have some people that have traveled in and they just asked, and then we'll do our public hearing after that for our ordinances. So, can I get a motion to move this?
I mean, are there particular ones that people have traveled here for, or?
Well, I've had several of them request, so in order and fairness to everyone, we would move the whole business, all of the business items before our ordinances. Which, I don't think that's gonna be, they should go pretty fast.
Well, actually, it seems like the ordinances should probably go faster. Most of them are on second reading. I think we could just pretty much zip through those.
Okay, so it's gonna die for lack of a motion, guys. I tried, I'm sorry about that, but you'll just have to endure. So, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and we've got tonight we are not doing the Teacher of the Year, that's gonna be moved to March, but tonight we do have a proclamation, and this month is Black History Month, and so I've asked Commissioner Banks if you would please read the proclamation.
And here,
Good.
good. Good. Proclamation 2023-02 Black History Month. Whereas Black History Month is an annual celebration and achievement by Black Americans and time for recognizing the central role of African Americans in the United States history. And whereas since 1976, every U.S. president has officially designated the month of February as Black History Month, and other countries around the world, including Canada and the United Kingdom, also devote a month of celebration of Black history. And whereas this achievement effort a special opportunity to become more knowledgeable about Black heritage and the honor of many Black leaders who have contributed to the process of our community, state, and nation. And whereas such knowledge can strengthen an understanding by all citizens regarding the issue of human rights, the great strides and have been made in the crusade for eliminating barriers to equality for minorities, groups, and the continuous struggle against racial discrimination and poverty. Yeah.
Now therefore, I, Michelle Myers, Mayor of the City of Crescent City, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2023 as Black History Month in the City of Crescent City and express special commendation to the dedicated volunteers who have labored so diligently to make this observance a reality in our community.
By it, I further proclaim that I urge all citizens to take special note of various Black History Month exhibits, displaying in public buildings, attending scheduled activities, and join together in making this a period of rededication to the principle of justice and equal of all people. Date is 15th day, February 2023.
Thank you, Commissioner Banks, for reading that. I do know that in celebration, that's with our Soul Food Festival, and also the Concerned Citizens on the 23rd. They're going to be honoring all the Black businesses in South Putnam. And we're going to be doing it with the Women's Civic Organization. So that's, we appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so with that, let's move on. We have before you have the minutes from January 10th. That was rules and procedures, January 10th, traffic calming, our regular meeting of January 12th, January 31st, that was the minimum maintenance, and January 31st, CRA goals and objectives. Are there any corrections to the minutes?
No correction now approved.
Okay, there's no corrections, then you take a motion.
I make a motion to approve of minutes. Minutes from the very January 10th, January 12th, 31st, January 31st.
Okay.
I'll second. Sorry.
We have a motion and a second, Commissioner DeVito.
Yeah, sorry, I was slow getting my mic. I've read all these minutes. They're very problematic. I sent a list of the problems. There were, I think, 5 or 6 steps because of all the workshops. There's a lot missing. Some of the action is not correctly described. Some of the names and public comment incorrect on January 10th workshop. I made a list. There's a lot of things missing.
When you say missing, can you expand on that, please?
Just things that were said in public comment that were not included. And those are just the things that I noticed. Some things that are not correct, that I know are not correct. It's very problematic. And I have a list of the things that I know aren't there, but I think they need to be re-reviewed.
Okay,
Well, I withdraw my motion in the way that I stated and with the necessary correction.
we have an opportunity here. Does anybody want to look at those corrections before? Keep in mind, when you're approving your minutes, we are confirming that we are in agreement with what has been said. Some guidelines concerning the record of minutes when recording. This is from Robert's Rules. When recording the minutes of a meeting, it's the secretary's responsibility to record what is done, not what is said. These notes should be in a designated place and should be kept together. So we just want to be very careful, I think, with our minutes that we again don't go back to them being verbatim. That does set us up, can be very problematic for us in the future. We do have them on YouTube, and we also have a recording. So commissioners, do you want to make a motion, or do you want to table these and look at her corrections as she recommends?
I would recommend we table and look at the corrections. These are going to be legal documents down the road. Need to be correct.
Okay, do you want to make a motion, please?
I make a motion that we table the minutes from the January 10th and January 31st workshops and meetings and review them for a later date.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. So moved. Commissioner Vito, if you would just make sure you get those corrections to Karen so that she can send them out to us.
Absolutely.
Okay. With that, I'm gonna go ahead at this time and we're gonna open up public comments. It looks like,
Before we move on, you have something to say.
yes,
We get these about a week before time. Is there any way we could get the corrections in before the meeting? I would think that would be possible, right?
okay.
So maybe we should keep that in mind as well.
Well, okay, that's all I wanted to say. I would like to reply to that. I thought Commissioner Burton was going to say possibly could the minutes be distributed before the entire packet is handed out, because the packet itself is about 150 to 200 pages. And I've said this before, I shouldn't be the only commissioner who picks up that something is missing in the minutes. So I'm happy to read them, I always do, but it's not my sole responsibility. And if the clerk is able to get them to the full commission before the rest of the packet, that would give everyone more time to read, because there are some very detailed documents in the packet.
There are, and you are not the only one that reads those. I also read those, but again, I'm gonna fall back on Robert's rules and say that we need to be very careful that we do not do our minutes verbatim. So as we go forward with that, let's just make sure that we,
No, that's not the issue, I mean.
okay. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna open up for public comments. I feel that we've got, some groups here that possibly on different subject matters. Anybody that is here to discuss the school, proposed school, I'm gonna ask you to group your speaking together so that, we can address that possibly when you're done speaking. I'm not asking you to come forward just yet. So anybody else right now at this time that has any public comments pertaining to anything that is not on the agenda, please come forward, state your name and your address if you would, please. And you have 3 minutes, and Karen, you will.
Hello, I'm Patricia Maiden. I live at 202 Oleander Avenue in Crescent City. This Friday, I'm going to be 85 years old. And I'm not saying that to get happy birthday wishes. I'm saying that I am old enough to be most of y'all's mother. Probably not Commissioner Banks, but. Almost everybody there. And that goes for you folks too. And I want you to think tonight of what your mother would think about what you're about to say in this meeting. Would she want you to act like 2-year-olds screaming and fighting with each other? Or would she want you to act like grown-ups who respect each other, who want to work together for a common good, which is Crescent City's advancement, and pay attention to what Mama would have said. Think about it before you open your mouth. I believe that the city commission and city government folks are doing a great job keeping Crescent City beautiful. It's growing in a very positive manner. And I think if you have different ideas, run for office next time. If you win, go for it. If you lose, accept it. I can tell you that our last election was entirely fair and above board because Nancy Taylor and I, between us, were poll watchers the entire day. And we didn't see anything irregular at all. So try to have some positive ideas, and for goodness sake, don't try to sabotage the good that's been done. And I'm just grateful to you all for doing what you're doing in spite of all the contention, and hope you can continue to keep doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, happy birthday.
Thanks, that's Sheila for Chestnut. From what I just thought I heard, we're asking the school board to approve the comments, which last meeting, it was stated that you could speak for no one else except yourself at a meeting. So I don't understand how we can ask someone to.
I asked the speakers to speak all together. Excuse me, I'll clarify that they all come up together. Not that they group their comments, but that they all come up together at one. And let's get through the other comments, and then we'll deal with the school board, we'll deal with the school issue at one time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I met Doc Bailey in July of 2022.
Sorry, can you say your name?
My name is Diana Svisa. I live at 37 Seminole Drive in St. Augustine.
Thank you.
Start that clock again, I need it.
Yes, Karen, would you thank you?
I'm gonna be fast. I met Doc Bailey in July of 2022. I had just purchased the property located at 2 South Summer Street when the trajectory of my life changed, and along with it, any plans of moving to Crescent City and opening a business. Therefore, I was forced to put my property up for sale or lease out of necessity, not because I'm a debutante with money or a trust fund or an outsider trying to make money off of the people of Crescent City, as Doc Bailey would have you believe in his horrific emails that I have printed out for you guys today. I'd like to explain how this one-sided harassment by Doc began. He approached my realtor and offered to buy my property. However, speaking with him about the terms, I quickly found out that he had no money at all to put down as a deposit and wanted me to wait 8 months or longer until he came into some money. In the meantime, he offered to pay me $1,500 cash under the table each month. Anyone with any business sense would decline this offer, which is exactly what I did. A few months later, I received a phone call from some city officials who said they and the mayor were actively calling owners of commercial buildings that were sitting empty in the hopes of finding a renter or a buyer that would bring something of value to Crescent City. Simply put, they wanted growth for their town. It was at that time that the idea of using the parking lot as a food truck court while I waited for a buyer or renter came about. It was also at this time that I received a call from Doc asking to be the exclusive barbecue truck, in which I replied that it sounded good and doable. When I reached out to several food truck companies, including Doc, about setting up a rotating schedule, he went ballistic. Doc was irate that other food trucks would be on the property. I thought his intentions were to be the only barbecue truck. I had no idea.
Point of order here. Does this have anything to do with business of the
Yes, it
city
does.
of Crescent City?
I'm getting there.
Yeah, she
In the
is.
background.
Good job.
I thought this was for the school.
No,
No,
I am, anyone to do this, and it does have to do with my business. I'm giving you the background.
I'm gonna ask everybody in the audience,
Go ahead and continue.
let her continue.
I didn't know he wanted to be the only truck. Doc was irate that other food trucks would be on the property. I thought his intentions were to be the only, I've read that already. I tried to explain the misunderstanding, but to no avail. From that point on, he threatened to ruin me in those emails. I received 2 emails back to back that I printed out. They are vile, delusional, full of lies about me, and they are threatening in nature. To me, they are emails from someone unstable and quite frankly, someone impulsive and reckless. Not only did they ramble on, but no one with any sense would put that kind of thing in writing. My last encounter with Doc, which is what led me here today, was that he approached the tenant that I had finally procured for my property, that auto garage over there. After spending 2 months improving the property, putting over $10,000 of improvements in the building, and days away from opening the doors, Doc paid him a visit and told him that he had better pick a side because the town was politically divided, and if he wasn't one of them, he most likely would not succeed. This conversation left my tenant scared that he made a mistake investing in this town and asked to be let out of his lease. If you're not familiar with the Florida Sunshine Law, it is a law that states that any city or government discussions by a city official must not be done in private. Because Doc is a city commissioner, I'm sure I don't have to tell you that I could sue him as well as the city for violation of the Sunshine Law. I was cut off. I need 30 more seconds. Doc intentionally interfered with my tenant, and as commissioner, he had ex parte communications with prospective business owners about government business. A city commissioner can't abuse his power and authority in this manner, which is why the Sunshine Law was established. I am here today to warn you that he is a liability for the city and to tell you that if myself or my tenant has any further problems connected to Doc Bailey or any of his constituents, I will take legal action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure, Karen, we've got a lot of speakers tonight. It's going to be a long time, so we got to really adhere to this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Craig Oates. I'm the Crescent City resident being sued by Cynthia Burton. A copy of the lawsuit Cynthia Burton filed against me was not included in the meeting packet sent out by the city manager, but it has been sent to each of you several days before this meeting. Cynthia Burton did not have to sue me. At no time did she discuss suing a Crescent City voter taxpayer with the commissioner prior to filing her lawsuit. Now she's here demanding that all Crescent City taxpayers pay for her frivolous lawsuit. This should not even be considered, as she has a reasonable alternative to allow the citizens of Crescent City to decide through a recall election. She made a personal choice, and she should have to pay every single penny from her own bank account for that choice. I'm appalled at her lawsuit. Her lawsuit states that it is acceptable to lock the public out of attending meetings in person. Her lawsuit states that she believes she is immune from any conduct problems during her first year of her 4-year term. Her lawsuit lies and states the recall petitions were filed directly with the supervisor of elections. They were filed with the director of services with the authorization of the supervisor of elections office. As we have, after having reviewed Florida Statute 100.361 of the municipal recall, if any of you sitting up here vote to defend her, then it is clear you are not for the people. Filing a SLAPP suit, which is SLAPP, as she has done to throw a roadblock to a recall, is also in violation of Florida Statute 768.295 and would presumably also qualify as malfeasance in and of itself. Cynthia Burton has continued her reign of terror on Crescent City. She continues to abuse her power as a city commissioner. She sent out illegal letters on city letterhead to numerous residents promising to levy fines on their property. She has no such authority to do so. She recently, last month, degraded two valuable members of the community, stating that they were unfit and not trustworthy because they signed a petition to remove her from office. She continues to demonstrate unethical behavior and doesn't seem to qualify for the behavior that you would expect from a city commissioner. The case law is very clear. Cynthia Burton is not eligible to have her legal fees paid for by taxpayers. Thank you very much.
Anybody else speaking on the recall, that is on the agenda, and I ask that you speak on items not on the agenda. So you'll have an opportunity when that item comes up. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please state your name, your address.
My name is Valerie Vaughn, and I reside at 412 North Park Street. I'm here to discuss and kind of see if there's a way elections could be solicited a little bit differently, such as going to people's houses and when asked to leave. This is regards to Mr. Bailey, that they do so. I had asked 3 times. I take care of my elderly mom that stays with me every other month. A lot of people come to the house and solicit my neighborhood. People wanting to cut down trees, gather moss, whatever it may be. I was upstairs and it was just my mom. So concerned about her safety, I yelled downstairs to him, asked him to just please leave the car and leave. He did not do so. I came down further and I heard him talking about running for an election. And I said, my mom is not even a resident of Crescent City nor Putnam County, and politely asked him to leave again. I was on a very important phone call. Something very traumatic was going on, and I had to stop what I was doing, come down there again, ask him to leave, and he would not. I had to shut the door in his face, and as I did, he called me a really nasty name. I tried to warn the community about it, and then later I came out a few minutes later after getting off the phone. He was soliciting other neighbors, and I was picking up the trash from his barbecue in my yard, and he just smirked and asked if I wanted a sandwich. I just like to request that things are done a little bit differently. We have a lot of elderly people in the neighborhood, and when asked to leave one's property, that they do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
My name is Veronica Glover, and I live at 512 Grand Rondo East. I wasn't going to speak, but I just want to say this here. We got to get it together. It's a mess. It's so sad when I talk to people and they go, what do y'all have going on in Crescent City? We are a joke. We have to get it together. We are so messy right now. We all, everybody need to define what integrity means, because it is not reflecting this city right now. And we really, really need to get it together. We are a joke. We're talking to people. I'm talking to people about something so simple. And what do y'all got going on down there? Everybody, the citizens, and those who are in authority right now, we are all accountable to one another. Let's check ourselves, our positions right now, what we got going on, because we will lose everything that we got, because it is messy, and God do not dwell among mess.
Miss Veronica got her teacher voice out. Thank you, Veronica. Do we have any other speakers? Okay. I will ask Veronica if you would, real quickly, if you would just about the 23rd. I didn't have the details with me. On the 23rd.
Good evening again. I'm Veronica Glover, 512 Grand Rondo East. I am the president of Concerned Citizens. On February the 25th, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, we are planning our inaugural Soul Food Festival celebration here in the city. Our theme will be soul food between the lakes. So, that will start at 11 and end at 7 o'clock. So we're excited about what is, going to take place. And, gonna have food, gonna have vendors, we're gonna have a sweet potato pie contest, we're gonna have a spade contest, we're gonna have, some entertainment. So something for everybody to come and participate.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. Okay, next speaker. Do we have any speakers that, not regarding the school? Can nobody come forward at this time? If you have, if you want to come forward and speak about the, school, please do. State your name, your address, if you would, please, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Danny Miller, I'm a Crescent City native and taxpayer. I address you tonight to again plead for the preservation of our historic school. I've appeared before you many times. You know I deeply believe the new school is best sited somewhere other than in a historic neighborhood, and that the existing historic structure should be repurposed for the benefit of the community. You previously heard me voice my frustrations that there's been no effort by the city to facilitate a public discussion of the new school. I no longer believe that is necessary. Why? This commission, acting as the city policy setting authority, in 2021 approved a strategic plan, which stated, communicate our desire for the site of school leadership, identify alternative sites for the new school, identify funding sources to assist with acquisition. City administration provided an update last month, the first such report of the commission. In that report, we were told that the position of the staff and the commission through the strategic plan has continually expressed is that we're interested in the entire site. But the report then went on to say, quote, and if that is not a possibility, we're interested in obtaining or utilizing the waterfront portion of the site for public access and viewing of the lake, as well as the frontage along Central Avenue for either commercial development or at least a small park for the public to enjoy, unquote. How is it possible for the city policy to acquire the site to have been so radically changed without the review and approval of the commission? It seems to me that those tasked with implementing policy grossly exceeded their authority and did so without informing the commission. And further, the essence of the approved strategic plan acquiring the school property was misrepresented to the school district. This is an astonishing breach of faith by our city administration and is a flagrant arrogation of the authority and prerogatives of the commission as the city policymaking body. The commission must unequivocally assert a clear delineation of authority. That is, the commission sets policy, city administration implements policy. What next? The strategic plan provides clear direction now, just as it has since 2021. Acquire the site, work with the school to put the new school elsewhere, and figure out how to pay for it. How? Assign primary responsibility with clear direction and clear lines of authority. Require regular reporting and surround the lead person with the necessary talent, professional, qualified, capable, and motivated community members, and a qualified commissioner to ensure rigorous oversight. I ask that the commission consider step 1 to immediately pass a resolution reaffirming the city's strategic plan as regards the school and to refuse issuance of the demolition permit. Time is short, demolition may be imminent, and to close the windows for workshops and discussions is over. Concrete action must be taken now. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to go ahead at this time, before we go forward, and this might help you with some of the conversation. I've read our strategic plan, and Mr. Miller, as you know, I've been in meetings with you, with the school district, and they do know that we would all very much like to see this school on another site. The school district currently, they own the property, and they are trying to make the highest and best use of the property. I also know that we were supposed to identify alternative sites for a new school. When Mr. Skaggy passed away, unfortunately, and as the meetings that I attended with you and the school district, you identified a few sites I don't believe you ever reached out to the owners of those sites, correct me if I'm wrong, but you did identify some sites. That really didn't go anywhere with the school district. So I did reach out to someone, here that, I've worked with for years, and he works with developers. And he has in fact brought in 2 developers that have sat down and talked to us about things that they would like to do here in Crescent City. They met with both Charles Rudd and myself. The last developer was very intrigued, and he actually took it to another level, and he went and met with the district and disclosed that both Charles and I met with him, Charlie Faulkner, and his real estate agent. They've identified some properties, and right now they are working on trying to make this work. I have to say that I live on Prospect. I live just a block down from the school. Many of us do. I know Commissioner Burton. She also lives on North Prospect. We know what has happened with that school not being there, but it's not that we're trying to ignore anybody. It's not that we're not trying to do anything. The city doesn't have the funds to acquire that property. We're talking millions of dollars for that property. However, we are helping, trying to put the parties together and let them negotiate. That's not for us to do. That's negotiation between them and the school district for them to negotiate and see if they can come up with a better solution. They have identified some parcels, and they are working through this at this time. And speaking to, the school district, it's not over yet. They haven't set any of this in stone. And so I encourage you to go and also speak to the school district, school board meetings. Have you been to any of those school board meetings and expressed this to me? But I do know, and I will share this, that we don't want to get in the way of any of these negotiations either. And I think that's of the utmost importance. And with that, if we have any more speakers, I just wanted to make sure I shared.
May I be allowed to respond?
Mayor, I actually have something to say here. Okay, you have said you're not meaning to ignore anyone. The public has requested, and I have requested, for information to be provided to this commission on what is going on with the school property. One of the things I asked for was, what are the rules that the school district would have to follow relevant to our land development code and our historic preservation ordinance? That was several months ago. That's never been provided.
Wait a second.
Hang on.
You received that?
No, I did not. Okay, I did not. I received a very cursory 2 lines that was forwarded from our planner, and I had follow-up questions. And I have said in previous meetings that this commission needs to be informed in detail on what portions of our land development code would apply vis-a-vis the school district, because they have their own building code. That information has never been provided to the whole commission. As well, I don't remember this commission ever being briefed on meetings or activities that went on between Mr. Rudd and you until I asked for an update, and Mr. Rudd gave us quite a list of meetings that had occurred, and no reports were shared with this commission. That is not the way a collegial body operates. We need to have an evaluation.
Okay.
Okay, so
Now,
this is not on the agenda, right?
Okay, wait just a moment. This is not for us to debate at this time. I just was sharing that for them, and we can debate this at another time. It's not on the agenda.
We've asked to have it on the agenda, and I am moving that we put this at the end of the business item, because time is very short. This needs to be discussed.
Okay, Bonnie, can we put this do we have that ability to do that? It has not been advertised.
Okay, so we're gonna move that to the end of the meeting.
So this end,
1 o'clock in the morning. I think you're going to circumvent everything about a sunshine meeting if we move this to the end when nobody else is here.
And
I think that it should be placed on the
Yeah.
next.
Okay. And I only spoke out because I just wanted Mr. Miller to know that there are things going on. I do know there are things that are going on, and it's not, nobody's trying to keep secrets. You're in real estate. You understand that. And this property is not within the city limits. So the property that they're looking at is not even within the city limits right now.
Okay, I want to say, according to order, can you move on, please?
Hold on.
This may not be debated, but it has just been shared with us. I really don't understand that a report where information has been requested by a commissioner for months, a report is given to a member of the public, and we as a commissioner are being told that we have to move on.
We're gonna continue with public comment on this at this time.
May I be allowed to briefly respond to your rebuttal?
Briefly respond, yes,
Thank you,
sir.
and, we'll be very
Thank
brief.
you.
You proved my point in that the commission sets policy. The administration, I'm referring to the city manager and presumably the mayor, implements policy. The policy of the commission was not to go out and broker property on behalf of the school board. The policy was acquire the school, work with the school board to relocate it elsewhere, and figure out how to pay for it. We discussed over a year ago, he said, oh, we can't afford it. It's quitting before you kick off the ball. You can't, that's a cop-out. So I suggest that the city commission, go back to square one, folks. You got a policy, pursue it. It's that simple.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I have to admit that Ms. DeVito has asked for them to meet with us, this thing time and time again. I have to agree with.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other speakers at this time? Yes, ma'am. Come on, Nancy, sorry about that.
I've forgotten what I was gonna say.
Please state your name, your address.
Nancy Taylor, 101 Oakwood, 32192. Several years ago, a businessman from out of county bought hundreds of acres of land 4 miles from the Oakwood Crescent City. His plan was to dump raw sewage on it. City Commission got up in arms about it, as you should have. And you wrote a letter, all of you voicing your disapproval of it. So now, the school board comes, threatening to tear down Miller School. It's an historic school. It's a beautiful school. It's still very useful. And you say, we can't do anything. It's not our property. I find that when y'all did that, you were talking out of both sides of your mouth. And I'm very disappointed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers on this board at this time? Okay. Seeing none. Do we have any other public comments at this time before I close public comments? Okay. Seeing none. I'm going to close public comments. Thank you all. And then let's move on to the sheriff's report. So we have Colonel Wells. Are you going to present to us this evening? Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, again, I'm Colonel Joe Wells. I'm the Chief Deputy with the Sheriff's Office, and I appreciate the opportunity tonight to present to you an annual report for calendar year 2022 on the status of law enforcement and crime and other law enforcement activities inside the city limits of Crescent City. This is an annual report for 2022. Captain Usry is here, as you know, he's your district commander. If you have any specific questions, I know you're accustomed to him presenting you a monthly report, so he can answer any questions that you might have regarding January of 2023. So again, briefly, you have a very packed schedule tonight. I'll go through this briefly, but we'll, at the mayor, at the commission's discretion, address any questions that arise. So trying to pick out some data that I thought would be, the most important to the residents of the city. So I know that traffic has been a concern inside the city. All of this that you will see from me is an annual report of 2022, but it's also a historical perspective back to 2019, which puts 2 years on either side of the contract. with the sheriff's office. So briefly, as you can see, 2019, 325 traffic stops, 2020, 109, in 2021, 444, and in 2022, your deputy sheriff did 649 traffic stops inside the city of Crescent City. Overall, I didn't put this on the slide, but overall, you have about 6,400 law enforcement activities inside Crescent City in 2022. Again, very small fraction of that is criminal, but you will see that as we go through. I wanted to look at some response time data. I know that's very important to our residents, so we did a response time study, did a standard percentage-based study on that. And this is the response times based on priority 1 calls. That's the national accepted standards for reviewing response times, priority 1. The reason is priority 1 calls is the deputy responds immediately when the call is received by the deputy. Other lower priorities, the deputy may complete the call it's currently on, may round up paperwork, may finish collecting evidence before he goes to that call. But priority 1s, he leaves whatever, or she leaves whatever they're doing and immediately responds to the call. In 2020, the average response time on priority 1 calls in Crescent City prior to the contract was 4.6 minutes. And in 2022, the average response time to priority calls was 2.3 minutes. This is a series of crimes that we want to look at because this is what is the uniform code of crime for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and Federal Bureau of Investigation standards. So I went through all of those identified uniform crimes that are studied to determine your crime rate. 2019, 0 homicides. 2020, 2021, there was 2, and in 2022, there were no homicides inside the city limits. In some of these slides, you will see trend lines. If there's an identifiable trend, you'll see trend lines, and it'll kind of indicate what the crime is doing up or down over a period of time. Sex crimes is a uniform crime report. There have been no sex crimes inside the city limits for the last 4 years. Robbery, that trend line did appear here. The trend line for robbery is flat, it's holding. 2019, there was 2. There were none in 2020 or 2021. In 2022, there were 2 robberies inside the city limits. Robbery just basically is different than burglary or theft because robbery is the taking of property through violence or the threat of violence, versus theft is basically an anonymous crime with no person victim. Aggravated assault and battery, the trend line appears here. You'll see the steep decline over the 4 years in the aggravated assault and battery going from 8 in 2019 to 4 in 2020. 2021 and 22 have held at 3. And so the assigned trend line is on a steep decline. We're heading in the right direction with aggravated assault and batteries. Burglary. There is a trend line on this one. It's very hard to see. It is slightly declining from 7 in 2019, 2020 it's 17, and then 7 and 10 in 2021 and 22 respectively. So that equates to a slight downward trend in burglary over that period, heading in the right direction again. Theft has a steep trend line for that time, going from 31 and 22 and 19 and 20 respectively to 24 and 17 and 21 and 2022. So continuing a 4-year decline in that. Vehicle theft holds flat. For some reason, Crescent City, the city limits is stuck on about 3 vehicle thefts per year. So we're no particular identifiable trend there. There was 2 in 2019, and then in 2020, 2021, and 2022, there were 3 each year. So here's your total violent crime. That is sex crimes, robbery, aggravated assault, batteries, homicides. I'll make up your total violent crime per the Uniform Crime Report. It is on a steep downward trend from 10 in 2019 to 5 in both 2020 and 2021 and 2022. So it continues a good direction. We looked at trend lines over a period of time to really reflect on, it's basically an action alert item. If the trend is heading in the wrong direction, that is definitely something we need to pay attention to. Not necessarily what happens in 1 month or 2 months, but looking for that overall trend. That is how we as good criminologists study. So your property crime total, that is auto theft of all nature, and burglary. And that is on a downward trend and pretty significant from 40 in 2019, 43 in 2020, 34 in 2021, and 30 in 2022. That's all property crimes total. So here's your overall crime. This is all crime that is considered a uniform reporting crime. There may have been other criminal events that were investigated inside the city. So, for example, if a deputy sheriff stops a car and makes a drug arrests are not reported. It's just not an FBI standard for reporting, so they are not reported to them as part of your uniform crime. So a very satisfying and continual decline in overall crime from 50 in 2019, 20, and in 2020, 48, 39, and 35 in 2021 and 2022 respectively. And so you got 35 reportable crimes inside Crescent City in 2022. So I want to talk about crime clearance rate. I decided to include this one after a resident of the city brought a concern to me regarding information that was falsely reported on a social media site stating that the city of Crescent City, I'm sorry, this is crime clearance, but let me go ahead and continue that conversation. That the city of Crescent City far exceeded the national average of crime, and that is unequivocally false. The city of Crescent City is much safer than the national average, and actually it's safer than the state of Florida as a whole. The state of Florida is known to be one of the most crime-free states in the nation. So when I saw the number reported, I very clearly came to me what happened. Criminology 101, freshman year of college, I learned to figure these crime rates. And the crime rate was figured on the big city multiplier, which is multiplied by 100,000 per resident. But the small city rule applies to any jurisdiction that has less than 5,000 residents. So when you correctly compute the crime for Crescent City, your crime rate is 21.05. But Florida, well, let me go back and do all of it. So it looks like my graphic there covered 2019 a little bit. But 2019 was the highest. 2020, it inched down to 29.57. 2021, 23.46, and then dropped again in 2022 to 21.05. And you can see the Florida average is 39.08, and the national average is 47.70. So correctly using the small town rule or small jurisdiction rule, you are less than half of the crime rate of the United States average. So very, very safe place to be. Your insurance companies will love that information, and they'll certainly have access to it at any time through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Let me back up and get clearances. I wanted to look and see how well we were doing clearing your crimes. The national average for clearance of a violent crime is 41.4% of violent crimes in the United States are cleared, which means they're solved. And 14.6% of property crimes are solved. So your clearance rate says a total. So the easiest to solve is violent crime. Very simply put, that's because most people know who the offender was in a violent crime. Unlike anonymous crimes, someone breaks into your house and you're not there, and so the burglary occurs, and so it's just a lot harder to solve. Therefore, the solve rates on property are much lower. So your solve rate was 24% in 2019, 19.1% in 2020, it jumped to 33.3% in 2021. And 42.6% in 2022, and that's the combined of both. So the rate in which our deputy sheriffs are solving crimes inside Crescent City, both the hard ones and the easier ones to solve, both exceed the national average. So we went through rates, and so that's basically the annual report. I'll be happy to address any of that, but we're very pleased on the trends, and we hope to continue to perform that way. And we will do everything we can do to make sure that happens. So. Any questions from the commission?
Commissioners, do you have any questions of the crowd?
Back up and get to one particular if you want to look at anything again. I tried to brief it.
Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Vieira.
Thank you. No, I don't have any questions on this. It's very clear, but are we going to get a crime report specifically for January?
Captain Usher's got some information
Okay,
down with
that's
here. I
fine.
believe he has 2 incidences that he wants to make you aware of. You want to go ahead and take that now, Commissioner?
Let's finish with you and then we
Okay,
can
okay.
take that.
So basically, that's the gist of ours. I'm open to questions and concerns.
Okay, any other commissioner? Before we ask Captain Usher? Okay. Captain Usher?
Okay.
Thank you, Colonel.
Good evening, everyone. So
I didn't want to inundate you guys with a bunch of paperwork. We only had a couple things to report for the month of January. We answered about 99 calls for service. 49 of those were traffic stops. There was one burglary where I say this name a lot, and we are working on this, where Philip Thompson broke into a house again. Our canine officers were summoned to the scene, a track was conducted, and our canines carry a chem light. And one of our deputies who was canvassing the area while they were doing the track saw a gentleman walking down the road with a chem light. Chem light thought it was odd and didn't know that our canine officer had dropped it, so he somehow circled back. So anyway, we found him in the possession of stolen property, and again, that was Philip Thompson. He was again arrested, and he is, if I'm not mistaken, he's back out right now. So we are working with the state attorney's office to see where we're gonna go forward with him to get him possibly taken off the streets and get that crime taken care of. So we have one traffic crash that was reported where there were some injuries. It was on Summit Street, and I believe it was Orange. I'm sorry. And it was just a 2-vehicle crash where same thing, cars coming out of the side street, they pulled out in front of someone. Any other questions for the month of January?
Any questions, Commissioner Revita?
I have a question. It was January 1st, Sunday, January 1st. I walked out of church at Cypress and Prospect. There was a deputy in a car there. There was a woman in the city's vacant lot on the corner of Cypress and Prospect. She was passed out. Her car was all banged up. There's no report of that.
I have to look into it to see what happened. There's numerous calls that come into the city, so I say numerous calls, but there's calls from the city. I don't see every single call in there. I only go off from what is actually reported, reports are generated on. If there wasn't a report generated on it, or if it was a medical issue, or what the case may be, I would have to refer back to my
Okay,
to
if I
the
send
date,
you
to the
an
date and
email,
time. So if you can give me a date and a time, I can probably get you some specifics there.
okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Do we have any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Carl, thank you for coming down the road.
Yes, ma'am.
With that, we're gonna go ahead and let's open up the public hearings. And we're gonna start with resolution 2023-01.
A resolution of the city of Crescent City, Florida, adopting standard rules and procedures for commission meetings and providing for an effective date. Mayor, the city commissioners recall held a workshop on January 10th. We ironed out the rules and procedures. I distributed the edited version at the January commission meeting, however, it was not in the packet, so we have this tape. So if you go out in the packet for this month, the staff recommends approval of resolution 2023-01.
I move to approve resolution 2023-1.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion? Okay. No discussion. Do we have any public additional factional testimony for or against us? Seeing none, do we have any public input at this time regarding this? Please come forward, state your name, your address, if you would. Seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public public input.
Mayor, I've got one thing.
Yes, Commissioner?
I think it was part of our discussion, and I didn't see this in the minutes, but the section on decorum and order, it was my understanding that we had agreed that that should apply to all of our boards. Did we, Charles?
We did, yes.
Okay, it's not in here. Is it possible for us to find a way to adopt that in another fashion so that we don't have to amend this in any way?
Yeah, we can pass it. Yeah.
What, which-
Yeah, we can add it to this one now, yeah. Yes, it would have to be a simple one.
Okay, because I noticed it doesn't really fit the title. The title of this is,
This was ours, so you'd have to do one for our boards. We just have one for our boards.
right,
For
so
some reason,
that's,
I thought we, I thought we won. Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we currently have a motion, and we have a second. Here, I'm gonna ask you to do roll call, please.
Commissioner DeVito,
aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Thank you, and the resolution passes. Okay, we're gonna go to the second reading, ordinance 2023-01, amending the fiscal year 2022-23 budget.
An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending the budget for fiscal year 2022-2023, providing for administrative action, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, this is the second reading in ordinance to amend the general fund, the CRA fund, and Better Place Plan Fund. Staff recommends approval.
I move to approve ordinance 2023-01.
Second,
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion? No discussion. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for additional factual testimony for or against. Seeing no one come forward, I'm gonna open it up for public input. If we have any public input on this. Seeing no one come forward, I'm gonna close public input at this time, commissioners. Karen, I'm gonna ask you to do roll call.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so the second reading of ordinance 2023-01 is approved and passed. Okay, the second reading of ordinance 2023-02, adopting the charter amendment for the title of city clerk.
An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, adopting the charter amendment passed by the citizens of Crescent City on November 8, 2022, providing the city manager the ability to hire a clerk, providing for conflict, providing for administrative action, providing for severability, providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date.
I make a motion to accept ordinance 2023-02.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion? Okay, this being none. Additional factual testimony for or against, please come forward. Public input, if you have any public input on this, please come forward, state your name, your address, if you would, please. Okay, I'm going to close public input. So, Karen, I'm going to ask you to do roll call.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, the second reading of ordinance 2023-02 has passed and adopted. We're going to go to the second reading of ordinance 2023-03, adopting the charter amendment for the title change city manager.
An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, adopting the charter amendment passed by the citizens of Crescent City on November 8, 2022, providing for changing of administrative supervisor to city manager, providing for administrative action, providing for severability, providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date.
I move to approve ordinance 2023-03.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion? Okay, I'm going to open it up for additional factual testimony for or against. Seeing no one come forward, we're going to open it up for public input. I'm going to close public input. Okay, Karen, I'm going to ask you to do roll call on the second reading, please, ordinance 2023-03.
Commissioner Banks, Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Aye.
oh, Mayor Myers, sorry.
Okay, so the second reading ordinance 2023-03 is passed and adopted. We're going to go to the second reading of ordinance 2023-04, adopting the charter amendment for candidate Kim Fowler.
An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, adopting the charter amendment passed by the citizens of Crescent City on November 8, 2022, naming the time period in which a candidate can be promoted to city commissioner, providing for administrative action, providing for severability, providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date.
I move to approve ordinance 2023-04.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Bobby, I do want to ask you, so in this, it states that can file for run for mayor. That should be can file to run for mayor in the title. So do we need to table this in this second meeting?
It's right on the agenda.
I think it's all right, the way it is.
Well, no, we have to go through, it's been advertised, so it's a second
Well, I
meeting.
mean,
One never been on the second meeting again.
Yeah, I think it's just.
Scrivener's error, maybe
That
it's
doesn't
Scrivener's
change
error.
any meaning
Okay, I just
whatsoever.
want to make sure before we go forward with that. Okay. Commissioners, do we have any discussion on this? Okay. I'm gonna open it up for additional factual testimony for or against. We're gonna open it up for public input. You know, when to come forward, we're gonna close public input. Karen?
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Mayor Myers.
Okay, the second reading of ordinance 2023-04 that was passed. And then we're gonna go to the second reading of ordinance 2023-05.
An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending chapter 19 appendix of the code of ordinances, amending part 1 rates, fees, and charges for water and wastewater utilities, amending subsection B, monthly water rates and connection fees, amending subsection C, monthly sewer rates and connection fees, providing for administrative action, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for effective date.
I move to approve ordinance 2023-05.
I second
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion?
I just have one comment.
Okay,
I have some questions about whether the ordinance, was consistent with what we voted on in the minutes. Our attorney assured us that, the ordinance was correct as to what the, Florida Rural Water Association asked us to do. So I am going to rely on our attorney and I'm going to rely on our staff that these figures are correct.
any other comments? Questions from the commission? If not, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for additional factual testimony for or against. Seeing no one come forward, we're gonna open it up for public input. Do we have any public input on this? Okay, no public input. Okay. You'll come forward. You know the drill, state your name and your address, please, if you will.
BJ Laurie, 505 Avenue. I was looking at the number sheet here, and it says that you're able to increase the rate equal to the consumer price index in subsequent years, but there's nowhere in the ordinance that says that. And I was just wondering, first of all, the same consumer price index is, there's actually 500 different indexes. There's the annual, the normalized, all that stuff. I think it would need to be more specific, but also it doesn't say when that will be done, like what time of the year or at what point. And it's also not, it's not included here either. I don't know.
Yeah, so that's what, when we got the report from the Florida Rural Water Management guy, when we went back and looked at the ordinance, that was already in our ordinance and was just never implemented by the city. So that's already in the code of ordinances when it's done in the consumer price index that's followed, so it wasn't complicated. It didn't need to be added or subtracted or added to our current code.
Okay. So it just says consumer price index.
I have to look, I don't know exactly how to have to look.
It just, and there's, many different categories. And there's also this, one for the South, there's, all the United States, there's larger cities, smaller cities. I mean, it might be worth looking at specifically because those numbers change. And they have it specifically down for like the Jacksonville market, so it's something that we might be looking at. But also, it doesn't, I don't know what the, it would depend on what time of the year that happens to, so it's just something that concerns me.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, any other public input?
Only thing I'd like to add from that,
Hold on one second. I'm gonna close out public input. Commissioners, do we have any other comments? Commissioner Bailey?
yes, the only thing I'd like to add is no one likes to have increased taxes or rates. But according to the study, I believe that after 8 years, from what I understand, I was told, we either do this or we don't have water. So that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, thank you. With that, Commissioners, do we have any other comments? Okay, Karen, I'm gonna ask you to call roll call.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so move second reading of ordinance 2023 has been approved and adopted. With that, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna open up our business items. Charles, I'm gonna turn it over to you with the approval and acceptance of the 2021 audit.
Thank you, Mayor. This item, the audit was presented to you last month, and we actually had it on the agenda to approve or accept the audit as the official audit. We didn't actually have that vote.
And part of our USDA grant requirements so that we provide the minutes to them, the commission accepted the audit. So I just need you to vote on that tonight so we can report it for the record.
I move to approve the audit findings of James Moore of our 2021 audit.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have, any discussion, any questions?
I do. So we are basically accepting this audit as the official audit. However, the auditing firm, when they presented it, and if anyone read the audit, there were some issues identified. I don't want to mischaracterize them, but they were issues identified. And as well, it took a very long amount of time to do the audit. So I think that at some point, we need to have this item on the agenda to actually discuss what the issues were and how it's going to be corrected in the future. Does that sound reasonable? I understand this is to simply accept it.
Okay, Commissioner, I'll get on. Carl, do you want to do that? We have him here.
Sure, they are. He's here for the next agenda item,
Okay.
the negotiation of the contract. I guess I'm not clear, talk about why the audit took so long.
I thought we
thought we kind of.
already discussed that. So what are you looking for, Commissioner?
Well, there were two things. There were specific issues that need correction that are significant that were identified in the audit. And as well, we've been told the overall reason as to why the audit took so long, but we haven't really discussed how that will be resolved going forward. And I think that is worthy of discussion because it cost us quite a bit of money. And I just think that it's one thing for us to just accept it and put it on the shelf. I think we need to have an understanding of how our finance department is operating. I know we have an RFP out there. I'm just saying, I think we need to do a little more than just say, okay, thank you. And then wait till next year.
We did have 4 items identified, 4 comments, and we've actually addressed all 4 as I outlined in the last month. And then going forward, our finance department, we talked about that as well. We issued another RFP for a firm and still looking for a finance director to take over that position. So that's, our current contract extends to the end of March.
In addition to that, I'd like to make a comment as well as there was a number of misstatements, along the list of 10 or 12 of them that were just completely, they weren't accounting errors, they were complete misstatements that were in the audit. And I know that they were addressed, but we don't have to have, when we have that discussion, as you just said, how we can keep them going forward without these concerns.
Commissioner Beck.
He's supposed to put that into the letter. The audit firm.
Yes.
They always, we go look at the letter and it kind of gives us a brief of what's going on.
It did, it summarized the issues.
With that, commissioners, we have a motion and a second. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and you can go.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Barton?
Yes.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Carl, you wanna go to?
Yes, next item is renewal of our contract for auditing services. We have a 4-year contract, which is complete now. And before they can begin, anyone can begin the next audit, we need to have a contract in place. We do have a representative tonight from James Moore Company to renew with them. I'm recommending we renew with them, particularly after the last difficult year. They're very familiar with our situation and our issues and how we address them. And so if you have some questions, there's 2 agreements in your packet. One is for the general audit, and then we have to have a separate CRA audit, and that's included as well.
I move to approve
the renewal of the audit, of an audit agreement with James Moore for 2023.
That's it.
Motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion on this? Any questions? Do you want to ask him, Commissioner DeVito?
Yeah, I think this is a very good accounting firm. Mr. Halloran with the firm, had called me as they said to call them, and he answered questions I have, although I don't speak CPA language, but he tried to explain it to me in plain English. And there were some concerns. But notwithstanding the fact that they seem to have done a good job, we have fallen into what I consider a bad practice in Crescent City. We've gone into a number of contracts in the last 2 or 3 years without an RFP. And I think we got this firm through an RFP. I'm not really sure what the downside is, because hopefully we're going to be correcting the issues were on our side, not their side. Isn't it just a good practice to put this out for RFP, notwithstanding they did a great job?
Well, it is, and the current contract, we just finished up, had a provision where we had the option to renew without an RFP. And my hope is that we would hire this firm, we can do an RFP if that's your desire. But again, it'll delay the start of the next audit. I'm eager to have them get started so we can be on time this year. And I think these folks can hit the ground running, because we've been with them for a couple of years now.
Is there any price increase in this year compared to another contract?
There is, yeah, it goes up each year. There's a little increase, which is anticipated.
This year, of course, was.
This year was extraordinary.
Yes. And, do we want to ask him, I mean, I guess you've spoken, you might want to come forward. Thank you. I guess the question would be, as we go forward, what can we do, to keep those costs where they need to be? This last year, we know that, that was a lot of things that were going on here in the finance department, trying to get it straightened out.
Yeah, I'm Brendan McKittrick, I'm the director with JP Moore. I've been on the audit the last 4 years. That's the biggest struggle with staffing, just consistency of staffing. A lot of the work we did this past year was a lot of training on our end. Really an audit is here to, understand and test the numbers that the city has, where we were doing a lot of adjustments as part of the audit. As you probably saw when James presented, we had over 40 audit adjustments. So again, consistency in staff generally helps with that. And as people move on and off, it makes the audit more difficult to get completed. So staffing would probably be the kind of the primary thing as far as being a clean and efficient audit and getting it done on time.
Okay. Do we have, as we go forward, I know last year we were behind. Do you see that as being a problem this year?
I'd hope it would be better. We do have time scheduled starting in April, because obviously we weren't sure what was, if you all would be with us. But it'll really depend on what the records look like when we start to, look at the numbers, start to tie things out. Again, our hope is that it's efficient, but obviously we won't know until we start working on it.
Okay. Commissioners, yes, Commissioner Bailey, I'm gonna ask him first, and then I'll ask you, Commissioner DeVito. Commissioner Bailey, you have.
Yes, I kind of agree with Mr. Rudd. I know it sounds weird at this day and age, but I agree with it. Maybe this time around, we shouldn't do an RFP being so intricate as it was. My only concern with that is we don't have a financial officer yet. That being the case, you have proprietary software and stuff someone's going to learn right out of the get-go to help facilitate us from getting behind again. Do you see that as a problem?
So our role isn't to be the finance director. That's a Clarion, obviously. So, we'll do as much as we can as far as having that historical knowledge as to what reports we need, and obviously knowing what the numbers, the beginning balance numbers should look like. Again, it's difficult until we start looking into what the records look like to know what that's, I don't have a crystal ball, so, we do have an advantage where we have 4 years of experience with the financial systems that you all use and understanding what reports we need. It's really difficult to understand the complexities of what that might look like when we start getting into it.
And I believe, Charles Edmonds, we're fully converted over, is that right?
Well, the finance department has been on Edmonds for a number of years already.
Okay.
Utility bill.
Utility, though, they are now at this time, are they?
That as of October was switched.
So now, awesome. Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Oviedo?
Yes, I just, have an observation on you. I don't like being put in a position of, it's already February and, it's time to renew. It seems that it would have been better that we should have a calendar when these contracts and agreements end so that we could have discussed this a month or two ago, because this is a renewal for 4 years, correct? Right, and I think y'all did a great job. It was a pleasure to deal with Mr. Howling, but, obviously, you know, the city usually puts things out for RFP. I think that's how we, adopted the agreement with you originally. So before, this last year, the audit cost us $55,000. The year before that, the 2020 audit cost us $33,000. If we accept this agreement, we are going to go from $33,000 last year for the 2020 audit up to $45,000. And then that increases annually to $52,200 in 2025. Now, I know that it's difficult to find financial services staff all over the country, and probably prices are just going up as all the others firms as well. But I'm very uncomfortable continuing this practice of not doing RFPs for contracts and services. Nothing against your product.
I understand.
Thank you. So that's my observation.
Would you have a problem doing a 2-year contract with an RFP out there?
Unfortunately, James Howard is the partner on the engagement. He's the one that makes those decisions, and he was unable to make the meeting tonight, so I have to go back to him to talk about, whatever type of agreement or adjustment you would want to that agreement.
Do you have, anything that you want to say to that?
No, I'm satisfied with 4-year agreement.
Okay, so currently we have a motion and we have a proper second. There's no more discussion. I'm gonna ask for, roll call. Karen?
Commissioner DeVito,
No.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go to,
Mayor, the next item is the renewal of the lease for Putnam County for the office space, for the offices they have, provide services to the residents. I've included in your packet the original lease, with the 2 renewals, and then the current proposed lease, which does contain a 2% increase. And, it does state all the initial, requirements of the original lease, which includes an annual increase of 2% included. So staff recommending approval of the lease, with a 2% increase, would be $2,208.16 per month, and then increasing 2% each year.
I move to approve the extension of the lease for Putnam County offices.
we have a second.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. We have any discussion on this, and then we've got some, from the county, we've got some people here.
There are some representatives from the county, if you have questions for them.
I have, on it.
You have a question? Okay.
Yeah, I've met Ms. Lyons on this in the very recent, in the days, and apparently there's,
I'm sorry.
pardon?
Did you meet them?
My And apparently there's some substantial roof leaking going on, I think we're aware of. And, she asked me to ensure that, those were addressed if we do this update. And I went in there and some of the rooms, when I went through the tour, some of the rooms had sensitive documents leaking as well, only in heavy rain. She says to me that we've had fixed it a couple times before and it seems to not fix the problem.
We had the roofing company back down and went up on the roof with them. They sent a crew out to do some areas. The roof looks great up there. It's very difficult to see where it might be coming in. We fixed one spot. It could have been a problem. After the recent rain, I went down there and there was still one spot in the conference room that I think the center of the old stain was wet again. So they're going back to look at that again. We're going to replace the ceiling tiles and see either attract any new leaks. It does appear to be around the large air units that are on the roof. So we're trying to track down the source of them.
Being a good renter, I just wanted to address that. So she knew she'd have some help looking into it, and I promised her I would.
I brought that up last.
Julian, Young, you want to come forward at all and say anything?
I'm only here to answer questions.
Okay. Do you have any other questions? I think my understanding, and Julian, if you'll correct us if we're, but that we are gonna make this recommendation to the county. When we approve this, it'll be a recommendation to the county, and then you have to take it to your board. Is that correct?
That's correct, that's where the policy will go. So when you are done negotiating your terms, staff will present that to my commission.
Okay. With that, I know this is a provider tremendous service here to the citizens of South Patton. And also in Volusia County, a lot of Volusia County people come up from North End. So with that, we have a motion and we have a second. Karen, I'm going to ask you to please roll call if you have no other comments from the commission.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Approved. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank all of you for coming down tonight.
Mayor, the next item is a code enforcement lien reduction case, and code officer Pam is here to describe to you, I think, as a confusing case. Just so you can sort it out for you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Pamela Taylor, Code Enforcement Officer, Present City. This case before you tonight for 204 Edgewood Avenue, case number 12-01-120042. The case is before you for a lien reduction. Originally, the case was cited for Chapter 10, Section 10-20, 10-23, 24, and 27, and Chapter 6, Section 6.1. These are copies of the codes. The code board issued an order on February 28th, 2012, in order the property located at 204 Edgewood Avenue to be in compliance on before January 31st, 2012. The property came into compliance on May 1st, 2013, of 456 days of non-compliance at $25 per day, total of $11,400. On October 24th, 2012, Maria Del Carmen Flores paid $2,500. towards the lien that had accrued to $6,230.65 at that point. Ms. Flores and Mr. Rodriguez had purchased this property in September 2012. The code enforcement fine reduction request was received October 8th, 2012. These are pictures that I took on January 10th, 2023. The remaining violation in January of 2013 were just the windows that were supposed to be installed. All the other code violations have been complied with, from best I can tell. The original property owner was Carmen Rivera, and Crescent City filed a lien on the property on April 17th, 2012. Hector Rodriguez and Maria Flores purchased the property through the bank on September 12th, 2012, and they paid $2,500 towards the lien and the fine that had accrued at that point. And they obtained a permit for the windows. Maria Flores wanted more time to comply. Patrick Kennedy presented the case to the City Commission on January 10th, 2013. And the commission gave Maria Flores 120 days to have the windows installed and inspected, and they were inspected on May 1st at 111 days. The fine lien accrued from January 31st, 2012 to May 1st, 2013 at $25 per day for a total of $11,400. On January 24th, 2023, the Code Enforcement Board recommended the fine be reduced to the $2,500, which has already been paid, and including the administrative cost of $55.69. Ms. Flores is here with her daughter. You would like to speak to them. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Commissioners, do we have any questions?
I have a motion.
Okay.
I move that we accept the recommendation of our code enforcement officer and our code board to reduce the fine and lien to the $2,500 that's already been paid, including the administrative cost of $55.65. And could I just ask one quick, so the $55.65 has been paid as well?
The code board wanted the $55.65 included in the $2,500.
Okay, then that's my motion.
Second.
To include it.
Yes,
It's
it's
not the
included.
recommendation. Yes. Okay.
So we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any other discussion?
My only comment is apparently this is just cleaning up a fine that's been hanging around and hasn't been resolved since the property was brought into compliance. Is that pretty much it?
Yes.
Okay.
The building inspector did the inspection. I'm assuming, and I hate to do that, that no one ever inquired as to whether the final inspection had been made, because there's no documentation in this file. But I did find actually Karen gave me the building file, which does have the documents where the windows were inspected and passed inspection on May 1st. And all the other violations had been corrected prior to that.
And Pam, you were not the code enforcement officer this time?
I was not.
Okay, just want to make sure we clear that. Okay, thank you. With that, we have a motion, and a second. Would you like to speak, or are you okay not?
My name is Jennifer. I'm Maria and Hector Cortez's daughter. I know at the moment, the buyers went today and we're trying to get everything cleared out before we close on the house. I know there's a mess outside and I just wanted to let y'all know that it will be cleared by tomorrow. The mess that's outside.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Karen, you'll do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Okay, so we'll just mark that as paid, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Mayor, the next item is the appointment of a Crescent City resident to the Employee Pension Board. I included the resume from Gary Hart in your packet. The only one I've received for the position, he's obviously very well qualified and he'll do a great job on the board and we recommend it.
I move to approve the appointment of Gary Hart as the third trustee of the employee pension plan.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion? Okay. Karen?
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Mayor Myers.
So moved. There is no on board.
Mayor, the next item on the agenda is authorization of expenditures for legal defense for the recall of Commissioner Burton. Included in your packet, Attorney General's opinion relates to our obligation to pay those fees, those expenses. I outlined the estimate for former Commissioner Judith West. We paid approximately $2,600. So I anticipate it could be up to $3,000 for the fees. And if it goes to a special election, supervisor elections office indicated that would be as much as $3,000 for the city to pay for that. And my request really is to authorize the use of we have another legal expenditures line in our legal budget, but it'll be more than that, so I want to take those from reserves rather than strip it out of one of our department's budgets.
First of all, I just want to say that I recuse myself from this, yeah, thanks, discussion, thank you.
So commissioners, I need a motion, please. Or we need some discussion. So if I want to start with some discussion. Go ahead.
Make a discussion. I think we may be premature. And I've read the attorney legal option on AGO 8969 that was furnished by Mr. Charles. And in that discussion, it said that the city council member entitled to reimbursement by publicity for reasonable attorney fees incurred by the council member if successfully challenged petition for recall. I believe that so states that the recall would have to be done first before we would consider reimbursement.
Yeah, I can, that is the question that was posed to the Attorney General, but if you look at the answer, it concerns there's no reference to winning or being successful or anything like that. Obviously, it's a reimbursement. It's not anything that would be paid up front. It would be something that comes in after whatever happens in that court case.
I understand that, but that means the challenge would have to have gone through first, is the way I'm reading it. He would have to be formally challenged and the petition to go through for this to be able. Otherwise, there is no attorney fees.
I mean, there's a court case pending right now.
That's a court date, but it hasn't been successfully petitioned for recall, hasn't gone through. And it clearly states that here that recall had to go through. Other than that, if it doesn't go through, then there wouldn't be any need for suit. It's not fulfilled.
I don't understand. I mean, it's being challenged right now. I don't understand successful. The judge is going to determine whether the recall is successful or not.
Okay, may I try this? Because I still have a question after Commissioner Bailey's question.
Commissioner Bailey, do you?
I yield back.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I read the Attorney General's opinion. It seems to say if the commissioner is being recalled, contest the recall, and the judge determines that the recall is not justified, that basically in layman's language, well, it says if the recall petition is thrown out because the council member, quote, performed in the course of his legislative duties while serving in municipal purpose, in other words, there will be no recall election. It seems to me that either if the commissioner contesting the recall is successful and it's determined that there's no justification for the recall, then we pay their fees because they were acting in the course of their duties. If there is a recall, then I read this, we don't pay their fees. But there will be a recall election and we have to pay that. But we won't know any of this until the case is concluded, correct? I mean, until there's a hearing, whenever it is, I read in the paper, it was like April 6th. Isn't it kind of either or? Commissioner West won, we paid her fees, we didn't pay for an election. Are we missing something here?
In a particular case, my name is George Young, I'm with the firm, of course, represent the city. The Attorney General opinion was issued in 1989. It's been the seminal opinion of this issue since 1989, hasn't been overturned, hasn't been changed in the courts. The particular question addressed to the Attorney General at that time was a little different from ours, in that it seeked an answer as to whether or not, if they had to be successful or whether or not they had to be paid. What the criteria is whether in the scope of their duties. In that particular case, the mayor and the other party that were being challenged filed their own case against the folks that were attempting to institute a recall against them, which is fine. As long, what the Attorney General is saying, as long as the action that's being taken has to do with the elected official in the scope of their duties, then the municipal organization has the obligation to pay those attorney's fees. Does it say they have to be successful in their pursuit? In fact, it particularly addresses that on the second page. So yes, to answer your question, does the process need to go forward before you reimburse them?
Yeah.
Yes, we agree with that, we recommend that. But is your definition of success that the commissioner or municipal official have to prevail in their case in order to be reimbursed? No, not necessarily. Now, if it was the judge's opinion in some type of attorney's fees argument after the case was over, that it was frivolous or whatever it was, unjustified, then I think, yes, the town could consider whether or not they wanted to reimburse those fees. But this particular opinion does not specifically say you have to be successful, i.e. win your case in order to be reimbursed. It says it has to be a legitimate case because of something that occurred within the scope of your duties.
Okay, so Mayor, can I ask Mr. Young?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not really sure, I'd asked y'all to give us a summary of our obligations in writing. I was hoping we would have that. And B, is there a reason that we have to vote on this tonight? Because it seems to me that we need to wait until the judge makes a decision and then you, our counsel, would tell us whether we have an obligation to pay.
Good.
Would that not be
We
the thing to
address,
do?
we address both. First, the email I saw requesting any type of written opinion from our office was about 48 hours ago.
Well, that's my standard request of our city manager, that anyone presenting, please just put it in writing, whatever it is you just said. That's fine, so we don't have it.
So you've had my opinion here tonight, you've got it on the record. If the commission wants a written opinion from us, we can do it, but I can assure you it's going to summarize the document you already have from a higher authority. Okay? Second, if the council or if the commission is looking to vote whether or not to approve the attorney's fees tonight, I would say you're premature. Because it's a reimbursement and the case isn't over. You don't know what the attorney's fees are. And there is, you are correct, a possibility, not a very big one, but a possibility that somewhere along the line, a judge could consider the case to be unwarranted or frivolous, in which case you might consider, I'm not saying it have to be, you might consider that it might not be reimbursed. Now, I don't think that's the case at all, based on what I've seen and what I know. But this opinion specifically referred to reimbursement after the case was over. From a legal perspective, that would also be our recommendation because one, you don't know how far this is going to go. And two, you don't know what the fees are yet. And really, you're not writing a blank check here. Although you don't really have control over the number either. what are the attorney's fees that are accrued legitimately? And it says reasonable attorney's fees. Now, understanding who the attorney is in this case, I wouldn't expect anything other than reasonable attorney's fees. That, right now it doesn't enter my mind, but there's always a possibility, yes, that a judge could provide some type of ruling that would impact your decision, which is why we would recommend that it not be approved until later. Now, if the commission so chooses, you can do that, but I'm not sure how you do it until you have all the facts. I mean, the case isn't over yet. But again, that's up to the commission. From our position, the legal position we have here, our duty is to recommend that you follow what's been outlined in the Attorney General's opinion, because in our research and our knowledge, we can find nothing that would justify, at this point, not reimbursing the reasonable attorney fees. And you've got to consider something else. You have precedent from this commission for paying similar attorney's fees in the previous similar case.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. I have a question. I have the check here that was written from Ms. West, and it's a copy of it that we had, and I cannot find anywhere, any place, with records or anything like that where this became before the commission to get this signed. It doesn't have any signatures. It's made out to Ms. West, not the attorney. And I kind of like to find out where that precedent came from and where it's at.
We weren't the attorney at that time.
I may understand that.
I don't have an answer for you how that process occurred.
You can see my concern.
I understand that, but if whatever the process is, and our recommendation is that there's some type of motion and approval, okay? It's obviously not an ordinance or resolution, but you've got to have some, we believe that the proper method would be some type of action by this commission to approve when the time is proper. I cannot answer for what was done in that particular case, other than the precedent's been set.
Well, that's why I wanted to make sure that when you said that, the precedent's been set, that it's been paid for by the commission.
That's correct.
I want to know, because I can't find that. And I have a canceled check from Ms. West, so I might have to challenge what you just said.
Challenge which part?
The part that the precedents have been set by this commission.
The attorney's fees were paid, were they not?
Pardon?
Not by the commission.
I'm gonna ask you not to speak out, please.
No, please, y'all. But, it was a check made to her, not the attorney, and it was cut.
Okay. It's reimbursed.
But I didn't see where it came before the commission anywhere.
I believe it came out of, at that time, there was, some excess funds, more so than what you have now in your legal account. I think Jay, out of Jay's, and it came out of his legal.
Well,
So I obviously they did it without bringing it to the commission.
well, my problem is it's over $1,000, and it would have had to come to the commission, and there's no history, no documentation of it coming before the case. It looks like somebody just wrote Ms. West a check, that here you go for the attorney. That's what it looks like to me.
I didn't write the check.
Oh, I understand.
Nor did I participate. You've heard what my recommendation is.
I have.
But understand that reimbursement most likely means that individual has already paid the attorney. So you are paying back the individual. So the check being written to the individual is not a surprise or shock.
No, it wasn't me. I appreciate your judgment.
Mayor, I have a question.
Can the audience ask a question?
In just a moment, when we finish our discussion, you'll have an opportunity.
I
Okay?
just want to ask a question.
You can ask a question when we finish our discussion. I open that for public hearing. Public comments.
Go here. Based on Mr. Young's advice, I would like to move to table, this request for us to authorize expenditures, until we have a recommendation from our attorney and, a definite amount.
That's it.
We have a motion, we have a second. Commissioner Davis, do you have any comments?
No comments on that.
Okay. George, do you have anything before I open it up for public?
As long as I've answered everybody's question. And again, if you want that written opinion, we can give it to you in a timely fashion, but I can tell you, you've got it.
Okay.
So it's my understanding that essentially this is a new commission and a new attorney, whatever was done before was done on the recommendation of the attorney at that time and whoever was the city manager. And then you have your own recommendation as to how you think we should do this. And you're saying you think the commission should approve it. Is that right?
I have no knowledge that I can recall of how and why the process occurred last time. Okay, other than to say that if it was reimbursement for those fees,
Right.
there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
If there was some kind of procedural issue, maybe, in our opinion, at this time, the proper way, as long as it's within the scope of their duties, which we believe it is that the council member or the commissioner is entitled to reimbursement for their reasonable attorney's fees in this action. But that should be brought before the commission and approved. Otherwise, again, I'm not a bean counter, I'm a lawyer, there's a reason I'm not a bean counter. Okay? You have processes by which you have to legitimately make those payments, change around, move budget money, whatever you have to do. My part is to tell you that in our opinion, and for what we see right now, what we understand, this is a reasonable, you're obligated to pay these legal fees. Let's just cut through the BS and get down to what it's about.
Okay. And so I can make a motion to table and Commissioner Bailey has seconded it, that we table this until we know what the amount is, until this is further along, basically.
Okay. George, I just want to make sure that we have an understanding that we as commissioners, elected officials, that as long as we're acting in our capacity and someone does sue us for whatever reason, then we are entitled to that. Is that, as long as we're acting within our capacity?
Probably for 99% of any actions, yes. There could be exceptions to that one. This one particularly focused on the same situation we have here. So very similar circumstances on both sides and the actions by both parties. So I'm more than comfortable that this directs us in the appropriate manner. And I'm not taking sides in this.
I understand.
I'm telling you what the law says. As to answer your question, as long as this is the capacity of your official duties, more than 90% of the time, yes, most likely you would be.
Thank you.
Anything else? I
So
appreciate it.
with that, I appreciate you being here tonight.
I'll let Bobby take it from here.
Bobby, thanks
That's
for
okay.
here. I'm gonna, if you just want to stick around for just a minute, I will go ahead and open it up, for any public comment. Please come forward, state your name and your address, if you could, please. You have 3 minutes here.
Jim Hammond, 123 Lakeside, Nine Crescent City. First question. You said $2,600 was approved. How much is your check made payable to Judith West? It's over $5,000, correct? Why a difference? That's my number one question. All right then. I am here tonight to speak on Cynthia Burton. Cynthia Burton suing the citizens of this town. The citizens aren't suing her. She's suing y'all. All right, this lawsuit is a frivolous lawsuit to circumvent y'all's right to recall a politician. By her doing this, in my opinion, this is malfeasance and a criminal act. You said, where you go? You, in your duty, your legal duty, what you have done has been illegal. All right, the Cynthia Burton, when she gets away, if she gets away with having her legal fees paid, what's going to happen is you don't have a voice anymore. She is taking your voice from you. Your voice is saying, we don't like you.
Yeah. You're gonna have to address this heading in regard.
I'm addressing
the
everybody.
commission. You're gonna address the commission.
Okay. She is trying to take your voice away from you. She's trying to take your voice and your rights away from you. And if you let her get away with this, what's going to happen, what can happen, is any other politician in this town will be able to do what they want, and when y'all don't like it, they can sue you and use your money to sue you. your tax dollars. Stand up, do not let this happen. This will not be the end of it. This is your money she's wanting to spend, not her money. And if you people up there, if y'all want to help her with these fees, take the money out of your pocket and pay it. Nobody's telling you can't do that. So now my question is to you. You said it was approved $2,600, right? No, but you had record, you just said, one of y'all said that Judith West was approved for $2,600, right? And the check is how much?
25.
No, I'm talking
25,
to you. How much is the
61.50.
check you have a copy of?
$2,561.
Okay, you don't have a check for $5,000? No. Okay, so why was the check paid to her? Why wasn't there any documentation? All these checks have to be accounted for. You just can't willy-nilly write a check without y'all discussing it. Where's the discussion on that? That's my question. Don't let these people get away with this, because it will not end here. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Diane Kelly. I live at 123 Lakeside Lane as well. And we are not technically located within the city of Crescent City. However, my family and I are implicated by the decisions made by this commission, so that's why I wanted to be here tonight. This is my first meeting here. I'm vehemently against the notion that the commission has made a decision already to table the voting. I think there is sufficient information tonight to deny the request for the funds. And you guys, I think, should have waited until you heard public comment. And the reason I say that is for a few reasons. I'm going to share those. One, and I'm going to share based on facts, not opinions, but I do want to share my opinion on one thing to close. Ms. Burton is the plaintiff in this case. She is not the defendant. There are numerous cases out there where similar situations have occurred, and there are certain elements that were the deciding factors. Florida common law does afford the opportunity for a public official wrongly accused of certain violations of duty to recover private attorney fees upon successfully defending the accusation. In nearly all Florida case law examples by Ms. Bondi and others, the official is the defendant. Ms. Burton's case, she's the plaintiff. She is not defending herself. She is making an accusation against some citizens. So her suit was not a personal defense, but rather it is a tool to attempt to stop a recall effort. This suit was therefore self-initiated and technically unnecessary. I'm not saying personally how she feels about something, but technically unnecessary, because the whole process of whether there is an official recall or not, it hasn't made its way, it hasn't had its due process yet. So the suit itself, again, therefore self-initiated, technically unnecessary, unless you support the use of this tactic to oppress the voice of the folks you serve. If you allow this, you are setting precedent for those who come behind you and yourselves in the future. It is precedent setting. And this would mean that any official in your role would be free financially to initiate, that's the key, initiate, a lawsuit against any citizen or citizens in an attempt to ward off a perceived threat or to bully citizens into submission. I would submit to you that you have ample information.
Your time is up. We've got that.
Can I make one comment?
Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other comments? Do you have any other comments? Okay. Seeing no one come forward, we currently have a motion to table this.
I would like to withdraw my second. I have a change of heart.
So, we currently have a motion to table this.
Do we have a second? And Commissioner Burton is going to excuse himself.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Table that to when?
Okay,
To all
so,
the chips come in?
no,
She said in her motion was to table it until we have a final amount. I believe that's what she said.
basically, we, at this point, we anticipate, our attorney has told us, he anticipates that we will be required to pay this. And there will be in the future an amount of the fees when the action is done. But we don't know what the amount would be, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen. So my understanding, I move to table it until we have the obligation and an amount. At this point, I think it's premature to authorize anything.
Well,
So, we know what the issue is, but it doesn't seem to be the right time yet. And maybe it never would be, we don't
We
know.
can wait and bring it back to you when we have the amount.
I think he just asked me, was to put it in the budget or what?
We've got to find, we've got to figure out where we're putting it.
From where it would come.
Where it come, if we have to pay it in the future.
Well, just for the defense, and we can bring it back to you when we have the total amount, when it's all done, and we have a total for you, bring it back for approval at that time. And then I'll ask you again if I can take it out of reserves instead of taking it out of streets or parks or something.
But I believe our attorney, George, we want to speak to that because the fact that you have said that based on the opinion that we will be paying this unless.
Yeah, and, look, the opinion especially specifically includes taking injunctive action against a recall election. Doesn't matter if you're plaintiff or defendant. It specifically addresses that. So you have a set of facts that almost ideally matches the set of facts that the Attorney General has issued an opinion on himself since 1989. Again, I'm not here to take sides. My job is to tell you what the law is, and what my opinion is. My expectation is that the commission will be obligated, legal obligated, to reimburse these fees. Well, I don't know for certain because I don't know what, I don't have a crystal ball, just like the auditor doesn't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you everything that's gonna happen. But my expectation is that the commission, the town, the city, will have an obligation to reimburse these legal fees. How the commission wants to go about preparing to do that is up to you. That's not a legal part. That's an administrative part. Again, you're not gonna know though, how much the fees are, but until the end. I don't know if I can say any better.
Okay, thank you.
Where my mind still. Well, number one, I'm a commissioner, and the people put me here, but you know what? I'm for right. I ain't for all that other cutting each other up, chopping each other up. I don't care how people want to receive it, it don't make me no good. I can receive it. But I think, personally, if I get involved with something with this city, yeah, it's the city's responsibility to get me out of it. It's just that simple, to pay the fee. But if I'm charging somebody else, it's not the city obligation to pay it. Now, that's the way I see it. I could be wrong. Do y'all get me?
Yes.
Am I making myself clear?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I think what we done throw the ball down the road too far. What we need to do is come back till the ball get to where it's supposed to get, and then we'll know what we got to do. Right now, we don't know what we got to do, so I'm gonna go along with Commissioner DeVito.
You need a second on the motion.
Well, I second that motion.
Okay, so you're seconding the motion, Commissioner Vito, your motion is to table this until such time we have an exact figure.
Well, we have a certain obligation and an exact figure. And Tim, our attorney, will speak to that.
And there's no more public comment at this time. So we have a motion and a second. Here, I'm going to ask you to do roll call, please, and remember that Commissioner Burton recused herself.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Nay.
Mayor Myers,
I'm going to go nay.
vote fails.
The motion fails.
Motion
Dies.
failed. So we need to rethink this,
Make another motion.
make another motion.
I motion that we deny the request and not have the taxpayer pay the money. At this time.
We have a second. Okay, motion dies for lack of a second.
So be it.
So if that's the case, I don't want to hold this up. So Commissioner DeVito, do you want to make another motion? We'll take another vote.
Well, I don't really.
Do you want to table, you want to make another motion to table it? Because right now we have a.
No, I mean, basically, if we table it, that means, we can visit later. If there's no motion, we're taking no action. And, I just want to say, I don't want to pay anything we don't have to pay. But if our attorney tells us that we have to pay, at some point, you have to take that advice, because then you can get sued and have to pay even more if you don't pay when you have a legal obligation. But anyway, I don't really care whether we table it or we just let it die for lack of any kind of recommendation, because I'm assuming that, I mean,
Well,
if there's a need to pay
die.
money, it'll come back to us, right?
Bobby, can I, rescind my vote? Can
That's not, you gotta have a motion.
We're gonna do the motion, that's what I'm asking for a new motion, because I don't think we need to let it
But
die.
if we take, I mean, if you take no action, it's gonna
It does
essentially
anyway.
be the same thing as tabling it, because it's gonna come back
I
before.
understand that. I understand that.
So, I mean, I think if there's no other motion's gonna be made, we can.
I think what my concern is that the motion is that, it wasn't clear that this would be, that we would take care of this. And, I think for the comfort of all of us, that as long as we know that, I would be more comfortable with it. So we'll just move on with that. Okay, so we'll move on with that. Okay, let's go on to the next one. That's the Soul Food Festival.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is, as you heard earlier, we have an inaugural Soul Food Festival coming up. The event is from 11 to 7. They can incorporate the lunch and dinner crowds. The request before you tonight is to allow alcohol sale at the event and to waive the special event permit fee. This is a free event for the public. And the purpose of the event is to raise funds for the work of concerned citizens of South Putnam in our community to do great work. And representatives are here to answer any questions you have about the event.
I move to approve the concerned citizens of South Putnam's request to serve alcohol and also to waiver the event fee. Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any, discussion?
Well, I have a couple of comments. Number one, I'm certainly on board with their efforts to raise money to restore the community that's out of luck, because I worked very hard to get that off the demolition list. However,
Hold on one second. Okay. Go ahead.
my neighbor went over the weekend. Anyway, I am so committed to this cause. However, I am very concerned about, selling beer and wine in our parks. I just noticed in events that Malacca is having, they specifically do not allow that. I didn't like it, the one time we did it, and I really don't like it now. I think beer and wine activities should be on premises where they're regularly sold. I have no problem with waiting.
This is a family event, right? Or just adult?
How do you define a family event? There's no children's games or little bouncy houses, anything like that.
Well, I'm just worried about a lot of alcohol, a bunch of kids running around.
Well, I know like Sonny's Barbecue sells beer as a family, because they're a family restaurant. It's just pretty commonplace to go bring a family and, yeah, beer, that.
I would go along with that. I would go along with that.
The applicant is here, if you have any questions of the applicant.
And this event wraps up at 7:00, so maybe a late night kind of there.
Just what?
It's over at 7.
Finishes at 7.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's not gonna be a late night then.
well, this is,
From 11 to 7, this is the Soul Food Festival we're discussing right now. It's the inaugural, it's gonna be in Eagle Line Park.
But the event, I would say 7 to 9, alcohol 12 to 7, but the event 7 to 9, music until 8 p.m.
I don't have any question.
What time is the event going to, Veronica?
It's from 11 to 7.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's the time when people will be packing up. getting
They're
up,
packing up, that's the usage, yeah. So, yeah, so it'd be over at 7 o'clock.
How much you selling the beer for?
I don't know.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I need advance tickets, I think. Do you expect to have a pretty good fundraiser with this event then?
This is the first, so we're just gauging to see how it's gonna go. So we don't know, so,
You taking vendors?
yes, we are,
How much is the vendor fee?
$100. For, anybody that's, for food, food trucks, so.
Springs has one of these and they've been very successful and
Yes.
everyone looks forward to it every year. So we're excited to bring this to Crescent City.
So hopefully that's
Excited to bring it to Crescent City.
something that will
I'm all
go on for
for
many,
it.
many years.
Okay, do we have any other, yes, Commissioner DeVito?
Yeah, as most people know, my house faces the park on South Main Street between Cypress and Myrtle. They're requesting to, is my mic on?
Yes.
Okay, anyway, the applicant is requesting to close Main Street, which is on the west side of the park between Cypress and Myrtle, or to one-way the street traffic pattern. I expressed my concerns to the city manager. My family has owned this house since 1941, and I've been to many catfish festivals. If there's gonna be activities on Main Street, it needs to be really seriously policed because the street gets clogged up and emergency vehicles can't get through. And as well, it doesn't, if you just, close off the blocks between Cypress and Myrtle, then what happens is cars drive down the back way looking for food. I watch it every year with catfish. You really have to close off, through traffic from Central Avenue all the way up to Lemon, because people will drive down until they get to the barricade.
It'll be open one way, northbound on Main, the block behind the park on Main, and Cypress Myrtle will remain open.
But, so what will be on the other side of the street?
The food vendors will be on the park side, and then your side of the street, the east side, will be open for traffic.
Okay, are people going to be parked on the
I'm gonna
other
ask
side
you
of the
not to
street?
speak, please.
People will not be on-street parking on Main Street behind the park.
Okay, will the vendors be parked on the street?
Yes,
The food trucks will
the
be.
food trucks,
Okay,
yes.
so, I've been through this before. If there's not anybody to police it and there's really just that one way, it doesn't work out. Trust me, it doesn't. Something needs to be done. And typically, vendors will come to unload and they'll be trying to back up and their car will get stuck. It can be a mess. So something needs to be done. because we've been through this before, and I don't want to be trapped in my house, and I don't want emergency vehicles not to be able to get through to my block or the vendors.
Well, the fire chief is on the special events committee and has had to do this, and, we're all gonna make sure that.
Right, but
they're gonna go
it
well.
takes people, and our fire department is very small. So I'm very concerned about this. And I'm also concerned about, the lack of a commitment to put down the wood chips under the drip line. Because the heritage oak trees where you will be having activities and vehicles and traffic, you have a report from 2019. It says the trees are very damaged and they need to be protected from foot traffic and other traffic, and they give a solution for that. So if we're going to have festivals in the park and we're going to have that traffic there, then the protection for the trees needs to be put in place. There was a huge limb that fell right over where the activities will be last Easter. Fortunately, nobody was underneath it. So some attention needs to be given to that. And I understand that's not what we're approving today, but we haven't had festivals for a while, and you need to take care of the safety issues, and you need to take care of the heritage oaks. So I would now appreciate any cooperation that y'all can provide for us, but that would really be appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner Banks, you have a question.
And, my problem is that you don't want to get lopsided. Now, we've been having the catfish for years. Cars parked everywhere. Now we will get so technical, we gonna go back up traffic everywhere and first one thing and another. Let's be real. I thought President had them passed that.
No, but I've had many.
No, I'm talking, I'm not the man.
He's got the mic, he's got the floor, please.
We need, if we want Crescent City to grow, we got to open up the door so it can grow. We can't keep on locking the door. How we gonna grow? If every little thing got to be on the T and so technical. Well, I'm concerned we could bring it to a vote.
You have a motion.
I'm sorry.
Do we need a second?
I didn't hear that.
Mr. Banks said.
Yes.
I said,
Okay, you did something, okay. Commissioner Burton, you had said.
Well, I just think that, you know, we have to trust the city that when we put the events together, I know Veronica, and I know she's working with the right people to make sure that it goes as smooth and seamless as it possibly can. So I have faith in that as much as we can. Well, I think you're gonna control quite a bit, though. I think the city, it's got good bones, and I think it can handle this. You know, that's all I'm trying to say. So I think we ought to move it to a vote.
And I think, just from my standpoint, this is an inaugural one.
Yes.
There's gonna be some learning from this as well,
Yes,
and that we all need to have
yes,
grace
yes.
as we go forward with this. And understanding that we're gonna learn from it, and next year will be an even better event.
Yes.
And we plan on having another event next year. And I just wanna say to the concerned citizens that, thank you. You have stepped up and you are definitely involved, and you're bringing activities to the community. So, thank you.
So this is a joint venture with concerned citizens in downtown Harvard.
No, this is just.
This is
concerned
just
citizens.
concerned citizens. This is just the concerned citizens. So,
But
I'm getting,
we are fortunate that we do have the support from the city and many others, and some of our businesses, so we are grateful and appreciative of that. So we are.
thank you.
So we can be successful.
I didn't know if there's any public input on this, if anybody had any public input. Do we have any public input before we take it to the vote? You, yes.
Town Secretary for Chestnut Street. Is this just a request for putting on the Soul Food Festival, or is this a request for beer and wine at the Soul Food Festival?
For the alcohol and the waiver of the fee event fee.
Okay.
Right now?
And that was the motion, yeah.
Okay, because that's not what it agenda says.
I just want to be the judge for the sweet potato pie.
Okay.
Okay, so right now we have a motion and a second. I'm gonna, Karen, let's do roll call.
Mayor?
Yes.
So there's no request, is there a request in here to waive the fee or just to serve the alcohol?
The request is, the motion is the request for the alcohol and also to, eliminate the fee.
Okay,
Both things.
Okay, because I thought that was what they were asking for.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
You said DeVito?
Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
No.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay, so approved.
I want to
Yes, ma'am.
clarify something. When I first got up here and I was talking about Soul Food Festival,
Yes.
the mayor was talking about on next Thursday, February.
That's what
I'm sorry,
that's okay,
I
just, I let it happen, I just let it go.
And so I do apologize, but on next Thursday, in honor of Black History Month, we will be recognizing all of the Black businesses in South Putnam at the Women's Civics Association. So we'll be having dinner. If you're interested in coming, just contact one of us because we need to have a number. So that's what, she wanted me to make that announcement. So and it starts at 7 o'clock.
That's okay, you did a very good job with the Soul Food presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank all of you for what you're doing with us. We look forward to it. Okay, let's move on to the next item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Next item is a request from the Crescent City Downtown Partnership for alcohol at the Crescent City Art Walk. This will be the another inaugural event to, it's a combination of unveiling the murals, the sidewalk murals that are currently being painted under the benches along Central Avenue, as well as showcasing other artists in the area, various mediums, and also the businesses along Central will be open and encouraged to participate. The partnership has been working with them. And we have folks here from the partnership that can describe the event for you and the request. I do want to note that businesses in the downtown that are permitted for alcohol, they are not allowed to let their patrons leave those premises. They have a defined licensed premise, so it is necessary to license the sidewalks, what we're going to do, what we're asking for, and that would be what the partnership would be.
Hi, good evening, Tricia Hart, 718 Prospect Street. I am the promotions chair for the downtown partnership. I've been voluntold to speak to you guys tonight and answer any questions you might have about this upcoming event. We're really excited to hold the first art walk or art stroll in Crescent City. Our local artists have already started painting the sidewalk murals that the commission's already pre-approved. And this event is just to continue to showcase their event, their artwork, as well as other local artists of all mediums. And we will be having live music on both sides of the street. The event will take place from lake to lake along Central Avenue. We do not plan on closing any streets. We will be selling alcohol or requesting to sell alcohol on both sides of the street because you cannot cross the state road with an alcoholic container. So we already have plans to have volunteers placed on each corner of Summit and Central with trash cans and controlling the crossing lights to inform people that they can't cross the road, make sure that they're not crossing with alcoholic drinks. If they choose to purchase on the other side, they can, they don't have to, there's not a requirement to attend the event. The event is strictly to showcase our local artists and help spread their artwork and their beauty with the community. The reason we are selling alcohol is because it's a fundraiser, because we are a nonprofit. So this is a way to continue to put on events like these, enrichment events for the community, such as like the farmers market and the Day of the Dead Festival that we just recently had and other upcoming events. Any questions? Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Do we sell alcohol at the farmer's market?
Before we discuss, shouldn't we make a motion? Shouldn't we?
We can make a motion, we can also discuss it, but we can make a motion. If somebody wants to make a motion, but we can discuss it first. This isn't an ordinance or.
Okay.
So we can have some discussions.
No, we do not sell alcohol at farmers markets.
But you did do it day to day.
We did, at the Spring Festival, we sold alcohol, at Eagle Lion Park, without incident. It was the first time it was sold in the park. And we're rather proud of that. We are very strict in enforcing the alcohol sales and making sure that we carded everyone and that, anybody that, seemed intoxicated was not sold alcohol. I myself have 20 years of law enforcement experience and I was in the group myself too, so made sure that we were very strict on that.
Do you have any other questions?
I have one question, and it's pretty widely known that I haven't gotten along with the downtown partnership too well before. I'm willing to mend some fences today, and let this go through if we have, my only concern is liability for the city and if we have insurance to sell, the liquor.
Yes, I can answer that. Mary Robbins, 508 North Lake Street. We have sat down with Reader Insurance and we're waiting on some quotes. We will have general liability.
But you will have
insurance.
liability.
Yeah, we should have that within the next week or so.
Only question I got.
Okay. Okay, so did you have a question?
I do.
Okay.
So, I want to make sure I understand who's selling alcohol and where. So we're authorizing the downtown partnership to sell alcohol, correct?
Correct.
But, Bobby, this is a question for you. So isn't there also something we need to do to waive the open container restrictions in state law? Isn't there something out there about that?
We probably have I don't know off the top of my head, but we probably have a local open container, ban.
Could be part of the motion to waive our open container rules for the hours of the event.
Looks like the Colonel might have.
State statute, there is no restriction unless you're inside an operating motor vehicle. So walking down any roadway with an open container does not violate any state statute. It would be up to municipal ordinance. The city can certainly suspend their municipal ordinance.
And we have one that need to be included in the motion.
Okay, so we have the open container thing, and then, so my question is about, well, also, are you serving food or just alcohol?
So we are not serving food. We've already contacted the local restaurants along Central Avenue, and they are opening their doors, and they will be selling food. We do not want to take any of their money away from them food wise.
Kind of like a public crawl for food type thing.
Right. And we're planning to have their menus and any specials they're running that night. We'll have that information at our tents and be sharing that with people. So we envision people coming out, enjoying the art, having a glass of wine, and then going to the eateries for dinner.
We hope. So, because my main concern is that the existing businesses are what make downtown. So I'm just very concerned that various activities do not compete. And it sounds like you've taken care of that because you're not selling the food. Are the existing businesses able, if they feel like it would be a good idea to have tables, like outside their?
Yes, ma'am. We've talked to, most of the businesses already. The ones we haven't talked to, we're scheduled to go talk to them. We're inviting them all to open their doors, whether they sell food or not, and invite the public in to talk with them, meet the community. I know the shop down here, thank you. Her boutique is going to be open at extended hours. Cake cuts, so Kenny's gonna have his shop open as well. A lot of the local businesses that don't sell food are planning on opening their doors as well, to meet and greet the customers, and we think that this will benefit them in the long run as well.
To me, this is what I've been hoping for. So,
And this is what a lot of downtowns do. They have their first Fridays or they have their last Fridays, to bring people in to see what's going on in the downtown area. So, Commissioner DeVito, are you?
Those are my
Okay, I do need a motion. We call it a motion.
I'll make a question. So I move that we request, that we grant the request from the Crescent City Downtown Partnership to sell alcohol at the Crescent City Art Walk, and that, we also waive any open container ordinance that we have, for the specified area, and only for that area.
We have a motion and we have a second. Oh, I need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Do we have any public comments? Okay, I know. It's okay. So difficult.
That is actually for Chestnut. I understand I have no preventive problems in the past, but are the organizations that are going to be serving their own line, are we going to be giving additional police support at these events?
That's
We met, special event committee did meet with them with law enforcement present, and so they're aware of the event, the hours, and we'll have the appropriate representation.
Any
I will
other
make
input?
one more comment if I may. You've had some issues in the past, and it really goes against everything that I think about when I have kids playing chalk and alcohol on the same street for a while. But I think in this case, that basically, I think we're gonna give it a shot, because I believe in the city downtown, I believe that we need this kind of thing, like Commissioner Burke said. But on the other hand, I think we need to watch it pretty close. If something that does happen, I'm a kid-friendly kind of guy, having a bunch of beer walking down the street, and somebody starts, like lifting kids off. Well, this may be the first and only. So to me, we'll give it a shot, and then we'll see how it goes.
Can I address that real quick?
Yes.
So that is going to be an adult supervised area. We already have volunteers that are designated for that area to supervise that kid area, and it's just on one central part that is not, does not receive a lot of vehicular traffic. It's off to the side. So there will be adults around that area supervising the kids to make sure that we don't have any incidents.
Ms. Patricia, you're a fellow that I absolutely have faith in everything that you're doing to make this right.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other public input? I see in the hearing, I'm having to talk well.
Commissioner Burton?
Yes.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye.
Thank you.
Mayor, the next item is another inaugural event for Crescent City. The Crescent City Women's Club is going to be putting on the Spirit of the Eagle and Hawk Native American Intertribal Powwow. And that actually been meeting, started meeting a couple months ago, this idea, and I think it's a wonderful idea. There's not been a powwow in this region for some time. This really fills a void, I think. The ask for you today is, because this is a fundraiser for the Women's Club, they want to gate the park. Essentially, they would put the temporary orange, like a construction fence around it, and I think it's $5 to come in, and with the armband or something, you get they pay, but that's their desire, and that's something in other communities I've been in, was a commission decision whether to make that park, city park gated, and it's happened in many communities, very common, but I want to bring that to you for your approval. That's their request for you tonight.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners?
Good idea.
Any comments, any questions? Mary Ann, she's not here tonight, is she?
Yes, she was.
She was. Where is she? Is she, where is she?
She's still, I still see her. Yeah.
Beg your pardon? She's not a Mary Ann.
Oh.
Different Mary Ann. Different Mary Ann. Mary Ann Tremblay. I didn't see her here tonight. But you're right, that is Mary Ann.
Gilligan's not here either.
Not the other one. So commissioners, do we have any, discussion about this?
I make a motion, we take it as proposed and do it.
Okay, may I have a motion and a second? Commissioner DeVito, did you have something you wanted to say?
Well, I've asked Charles some questions and I really haven't gotten any answers. And Mary Ann Tremblay, I know her pretty well. She's not here to answer. It doesn't say who security is. I don't really understand how they're going to gate the whole park. I can't really read the diagram they have. There are some things that are illegible. So it's not clear what they're doing, but this is for 1,000 people a day. They don't say who security is. I think we need to know that. It just says they'll have t-shirts. And again, I'm somewhat concerned about our new procedure. In fact, I'm very concerned. Apparently, according to our city manager, if you don't sell alcohol, you don't need to have any liability insurance. You just sign an indemnification and hold harmless agreement.
We can ask for insurance.
That's not part of our new ordinance.
I have to go back and read and see what it said. I know it does say it for alcohol, but I have to look and see if it needs.
Right,
what it is that-
and I would hold this true for anybody who is having an event in the park, particularly an event with 1,000 people a day for 3 days, and food trucks and whatnot. I think they need to have liability insurance. These are not large organizations with deep pockets. So I think just the whole harmless agreement doesn't really do us harmless.
Can I just say something? We put the sunset, event on, 3 of them every year, and, to do that, we get liability insurance to do that. I mean, I think that we should. So we have, and I believe that it's somewhat required to do that. You have a certain amount of responsibility, but we also have a certain amount of responsibility. So we have liability insurance for anything that we do.
They're gonna have liability.
Yeah.
Correct?
I have to ask her.
Bobby, what's your take on events in the city's liability?
I'm not an insurance salesman, but it's always great to have insurance. It's just gonna be an extra layer on top. Obviously, we have, some immunity. There's certain levels that we can be sued for, but I would always, every layer that you have on top that's shielding us from liability is just gonna be helpful. I would always recommend it.
Well, I personally think we ought to make an amendment for something of that nature that I've never had, I worked on the airport board, when people step on and have an event, they want a liability insurance to keep additional insurance included into the city on everything. And I don't think that's a bad idea, no matter who you are.
It may very well be in the ordinance, and you can make that part of your motions.
I would like to make this, amend the motion to include, a liability insurance in there if they don't already have it.
You accept that in your second?
Second.
Okay, do you have any other discussion on this? Anybody wants to come up and speak? Please do. Please state your name and your address.
Pete Ackerman, 273 Union Camp Road. I was just curious, I know nothing about this event. My question is, what tribes are represented?
Cherokee, for the most part, from what I understand, will be furnishing the barbecue for the dancers and stuff the night before for everybody putting it up. And it is Cherokee Telequa organized.
Miccosukee?
There's 3 different tribes, I'm not sure, but I knew that I'm part Cherokee and this area, I think I would do the thing, so I of course said yes.
Okay.
Brett Peterson, 315 Chestnut. My only concern would be, you'd be talking about 1,000 people, that I would think that there would be an ordinance, anything over 100 people at an event requires police presence, not in the area, not, and we did that, about $50 an hour or something, and your office would provide something like that, but on site, any event over 100 people would require on-site police.
We just looked at Captain Usher.
Yeah, Captain Joe, what officer would we have available from our contract, if nothing else?
I spoke with Ms. Tremblay, I guess it's been maybe a few weeks ago, and, as this thing starts to unfold, and I've also engaged our crime analyst, he is very good about when we have block parties and things of that nature, when they start popping up. He's able to give me a pretty accurate number of how many people are going to be in attendance there. I've been working very, very, fluently with her. As this thing goes along, we find out what number of people will be there. Then it will be up to myself and the city manager will get together and identify if those things are needed. And if they are, that stuff would be available. And then obviously you guys would have to hold them to that standard that if those additional resources were needed there, we would be able to do that. But yes, there are different fees to get extra officers on those specific events. We do those all the time. It's an extra site that we use. Basically, we would set up the date and then I can show the number of deputies that we would need. And then they would pay for that service for the additional law enforcement services.
Could I ask a great question?
Sure.
So have you had that conversation with Ms. Tremblay and she's prepared to pay the fees?
Right now, she is in the infancy stages of the event. She hasn't even sent out a flyer or anything yet. I'm waiting for her to send me an email to show me what kind of, what we're looking at.
But she's got flyers.
Well, she hasn't sent it to me yet, and that's when I spoke to her, she didn't have one.
They're on social media.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, have you specifically discussed with her the need to provide in her budget for the fees? If needed for law enforcement?
If it is needed, yes, ma'am.
But have you discussed it with her?
If the commission needs additional resources for this event, and she is aware that she needs those additional resources by whatever number of persons that may be, then yes, that would be up to the commission to authorize her to make whatever those recommendations are. Now, I can make recommendations to the city manager of what those numbers or what their needs to be, and we can work together as this thing comes to fruition and make those arrangements. I don't want to prepare a huge amount of officers for a huge amount of money too soon inside of a plan, and then those guys be relying on that detail to come up, and then right at the last minute say, oh, well, we don't need you now. So
That's not what I'm asking. What I'm saying is,
Let me see if I can answer you.
does she know to expect that as a possibility for her?
That's for the
Yes.
city to do. We do not determine if somebody has to hire extra deputies. We don't own the property. For example, anything that's ever held on the fairgrounds property, the fair authority requires them to hire deputy sheriffs in order to have their event. If that's something the city wants to do, it's not appropriate for us to recommend to somebody that they hire off-duty deputies. We're not in the business of soliciting business for our deputies. If the owner of the venue makes that a requirement, then we will be happy to provide the extra deputies.
But you have to tell the city manager that there's a need for it. Is that right?
No. I think the city manager would make that decision. He's the venue owner. He's responsible for the property. We can certainly have discussions about safety discussions, but I don't like the sheriff being in a position to recommend people paying deputies extra money. We're not going to get into that position.
I understand that, but I thought I just heard Captain Essery say, I'm trying to figure out who's gonna give the data and make recommendations, that, the crime analyst will give an estimate of what kind of security is needed.
not what security needs, it gives me the general number of people who are possibly going to be in attendance, such as likes on Facebook, or I will be attending, whatever those things are, how many hits and how much traction the event is getting. My crime analyst isn't, he's going to give me a pretty close number. He's been really good at it. But again, that's I can only offer numbers as we're seeing them at that time, and then give, like I said, recommend to the city manager how we operate on other events, and see if that would be an option for you guys.
Okay. Just want to make sure I understand the information flow here. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Banks.
Can I say this? In the past, we have always dealt with the sheriff office. We need extra officers off duty. The city had to pay for that. The city, we have to pay for it. But we would get we would tell the one that was in trouble on the south end, then he would get with the sheriff or however they did it. But I know we had to pay for all, for so many people.
Yeah, I don't know of that circumstance. I'm not recommending the city pay for anything here. So if the discussions that the city manager and Captain Usry have, if they come to a conclusion that it would be beneficial for additional deputies other than what's already contracted into the city, I think the event organizer is responsible.
And that's what I meant to say.
Yes, sir.
Event organizer.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Now, we might decide that based on the security plan, they might decide that, hey, we feel pretty comfortable that our on-duty deputy, and that may be the time for there's two in the city, that we're okay with it. But if the city wants to guarantee that there's a deputy sheriff on that park property who may not leave to answer calls for service, in addition to what's contracted, it's the event planner that's responsible for those things.
Right, yeah.
Yes,
All right.
And then,
Yes, Bobby.
just to ease everybody's mind a little bit, I was looking at special events ordinance, and it does require insurance even if there's not alcohol sold. 1 million and 2 million, 1 million per person and 2 million per incident. And then there's an extra layer of insurance if you serve alcohol.
But I don't see that in the form.
I don't know about the form. It's in the ordinance.
I mean, usually people.
Okay, can you address that? See, that's another.
I can address that with the organizer, and that, in our preliminary conversations at the event, I didn't feel the need to assign officers restricted to the park. I think if Captain Usry tells me otherwise, based on their estimates coming up, I'll communicate that to the organizer that they will need to pay for that additional law enforcement.
Okay, so currently we have a motion and a second. Karen, I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and call this, call.
Commissioner DeVito?
No.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Yes.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Thank you.
There, the next item is another new event, a day of renewal, community outreach service, which is scheduled to be held in Mary Banks Park on March 4th from 1 to 6 p.m. This will be a gospel concert event with giveaways, food, and ministry. Our ordinance does require a special event fee, and the request today before you is to waive the fee.
Do we have any discussion?
Move to a vote.
Go ahead, but I need a motion.
I move to approve the request of the community outreach service. Waiver the special events fee for the day of renewal event.
Okay, do we have a second?
All right. Go ahead, Scott.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Commissioner DeVito, did you have something?
No, just hopefully they'll clean up since we're waiving the fee.
I'm sure they will. Okay, I'm gonna be here for that, but you're gonna be there, you'll be there, I'll be out of town. Okay. Okay, do we have any public comment on this?
I just wonder if there are any events that we are going to charge a fee. So for every event that we have in Crescent City, we've chosen to waive the fee. I just wondered why we have a fee schedule.
The last one we did charge, she is paying the full fee.
Okay,
The
thank you.
last one on the powwow, she is paying the full fee.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any other public comments? Okay, Karen, go ahead, I'm gonna ask you.
Commissioner Burton?
Yes.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. So moved.
Mayor, the next item was a request from resident Michael Franks to, is requesting purchase and installation of a floating dock for Mathis Park. I did include the information provided in your packet. The dock is priced at $3,000, but that does not include installation or anything else we might have to do to secure it to the shore and so forth. My recommendation to you is, because we've had requests for other park amenities in other parks, this is more of a holistic look. We workshop this and look at, maybe this isn't a priority, even want it. But there have been a lot of requests for improvements at Gilbert Park, at the soccer field and Harry Park and so forth. And I don't know how this one ranks in your mind compared to those other needed improvements.
Okay.
Okay, I do have a motion, so you just go ahead and discuss it. I think that, I move to deny, the approval request to purchase and install floating dock at Mathis Park and that will open up the discussion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on this? We have a speaker, we don't have,
He couldn't make the meeting. so-
okay, so this was a citizen request.
Yes, I have discussion on this. I personally went out to the Mathis Park with the gentleman making the request as well as Brandon Brown and his wife. The park is very beautiful. Their only avenue of problem is their access to the water is up to the seaweed there. She had the paddle boat. I met with 4 or 5 of the neighbors. They had them there when I went there. They think this amenity, and I agree, will make the park access to the water much safer for the kids to do the paddleboard. His wife sincerely thinks it would draw more attention to the park. A lot of people don't want that much attention to the park that's there. But I think it's a cheap amenity to put a water access there that it could be utilized. And I have dealt with these portable docks before and seaplane bases that I've put in case of inclement weather, hurricanes, whatever. These docks will be pulled up out of the water and stored a lot readily, and having that amenity for this park is so pretty. I think I just listened to the people that was around that asked me to have it, and I believe it should go through.
Do we have any other discussion? Commissioner DeVito?
Yeah, the Better Place Plan Fund, we have a certain amount of money in it. Just in general, I think that we do too much picking off funds here and there. We do need to look at things globally. And I explained to Mr. Franks, the Better Place Plan Fund is used for the Public Works Department, for vehicles, for equipment, for things for the water plant, and we have other requests. I think this needs to be considered, not, just by itself, but with our other needs, and that it's our obligation to prioritize. And as well, just to hear from more people. I'm really not comfortable just voting this up or down today. I would rather see us workshop it, look at the overall needs, and just overall needs.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Banks.
If you put a dock there, you're gonna have more traffic. And you ain't got nowhere left for people to park. And that's gonna generate people parking all in the street, blocking the road. Really, we got enough waterways in Crescent City now. We got enough problems. I think, instead of spending money to put a dock there, even though if we can take it up, still, I think because you got to think about the people who will stay in that area too. You got to think about that. People be parking all in people's yard. So you're gonna generate traffic. If you put a dock down there, somebody gonna come down there and try to throw a cow, fish. And then, before you know, somebody be in there swinging. And they're gonna park traffic on the road, block the road. I'm really not for it. I hate that, but I'm really not for it.
Commissioner Burton?
Well, I agree 100%.
I know we have some residents that want to speak.
I agree 100% with Commissioner Banks. The park really, I love the park. The park's just a nice quiet area to go, have some lunch. It's a beautiful view of Lake Stella. Like he says, you start getting it crowded with people, fishing and everything else. I mean, one thing kind of leads to another. I just think that it's kind of a park that you go and just kind of meditate there, and it's just peaceful. It's nice. So I agree with Mr. Banks.
Do we have any public comments on this? I know y'all been sitting there, so if you'd like to come up, please state your name, state your address, if you would, please.
Thank you, George Miller, 100 Lakeshore Drive. I've got something I hope the city can do, and it doesn't cost anybody. Mathis Park is presently without a picnic bench. And there's 2 brand new ones at Fletcher Park. And why couldn't we temporarily move one of those to Mathis Park?
We have one on order, a new bench for that. Commissioner Bailey pointed out that the one was ever broken, so we.
Okay, whatever they place it, hopefully there's enough room to put it north and south instead of east and west, and people on both sides of the bench can enjoy the view, because that's the quality of the park. Hopefully there's enough room to do that. So that's not right. That's all. Thank you.
Do you have any other public comments? Do you have any residents that this would impact that need to speak?
How you doing? Brett Peterson, 315 Chestnut. I emailed each of you, so I'm just gonna echo what I said, and I'm worried about, it's a neighborhood, it's a small park, it's a quarter acre, it's very small. I had a canoe when I first moved here, and I watched it from there. I didn't need it now. You just walk to the park, you don't need, so there's no parking, there's no place to park. It's in a neighborhood. And I think the kind of a minimalist, quiet, with the trees and so on, I think is as Commissioner Burton said, kind of meditate and sit, and people do that. I see that all the time. And I think we ought to leave it just the way it is.
Thank you very much.
It's actually a quick estimate. Because I live in that neighborhood, I have a tendency to agree. If you have more than, you can only park 2 cars there if you park on the road, otherwise you're gonna be driving into the park. There's really just no place to park for that park. So, yeah, I agree, it should just be a walk-in park.
Anybody else before I close public comments? Might as well.
Might as well pile on, right?
Might as well pile on.
My name is Barry Buchanan. I'm at 718 Lemon Avenue. I'm just a couple houses down from that park. I love the park. It's a great place to sit and meditate. A lot of people use the park because I'm close by. I see the use of the park. Most people that use the park or live in the neighborhood, walk to the park. You don't see a lot of people parking in front of the park, coming to the park from other areas or other parts of town to use that park. It said it was a neighborhood park. It also says that on the plaque. Mr. Howard Mathis donated that land to a park so that the people in the neighborhood could have access to the lake. There isn't any parking there. It's on the street parking. When people are parked there at the street, that's my street. I use that to access my residence. And, so you'd have to go slow, and people are going to be unloading canoes or kayaks or kids running around the cars, getting back and forth to the park, using a swim park. I know there's a lot of people that fish. Fishing and swimming do not go together. I think if we have a swim park, I would love to see a floating dock at Dexter Beach. That is the swimming park, that is the public park for people in Crescent City to enjoy the water. And I think that would be a great addition to Dexter Beach to have a dock or a kayak launch at that location, but not in the residential. It's just too, in my opinion, too small of an area to have, a dock that would attract more people.
Thank you. Thank you for your recommendation. Anybody else before I close public comment? Okay, now close public comment. Karen, let's go ahead. If you would, please do a roll call.
Commissioner DeVito?
What was the motion, denied?
Denied.
Yes. Yeah, aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Nay.
Commissioner Banks?
I did not.
Would you,
So, yeah, it's
you say yes or no?
to deny.
I'm denying.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Banks?
I'm denying.
You need a yes
So
or
do you support the motion? Yes for the
Deny.
motion. So, yes.
Yeah.
The motion is to deny.
You don't support the motion? Okay. The motion was to deny the
Okay.
there.
No, I don't.
Okay,
No, no.
so do you support the motion to deny?
I said no.
Yes.
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 Yes to no.
We need to say yes or no to the motion.
Commissioner Burton,
Now, what was that again? Yes.
Mayor Myers,
Yes. Okay. So that has been denied, that request has been denied.
Mayor, the next item is a bid selection for our Oakwood Sewer Project. This is a project that we've discussed several times. We put it out for bid, it's been designed. Bids came in, those are in your packet. The total award is $431,825. A nice memo from our consulting engineering firm. And staff requests approval of this, take this money out of our our wastewater expansion fund to fund this project so we can do the construction.
I move to approve the bid, let's see, what are we doing here? Bid from Bill Briggs, construction to enter into a contract for services.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, we currently have a motion to accept the bid selection for the Oakwood Sewer Project and a second, proper second. Do we have any discussion? Any questions?
I just have one question for the city manager. So I'm looking at the page that shows where the right of way is. It's about, I don't know how far in it is. They're not numbered.
Page 4, upper right corner has page numbers.
It just shows the right of way and then it shows trees and it's the page that says clearing and grubbing limits plan. That's kind of, that's perpendicular to the bottom of the page. It's a little line that says clearing and grubbing limits plan and it's underlined. It's kind of a blank looking page. It just shows the right of way. I'm so sorry, there's no page number, so I don't know how to direct you. Or wait, it is fourth from the back. On the last page of the diagram, it's 4, yeah. Right, so I really can't tell, does this mean that they're taking out every single tree in that right of way on Oakwood?
No, they're going to take out the trees they need to run the line.
Okay, and is there any way they can try to save a few trees?
Well, we're going to save all the trees that aren't in the way.
All right. That's not very encouraging, Charles.
I looked down through there, I don't know, I haven't seen any heritage trees through that corridor. It's a pretty young forest. They
Okay.
clear out the underbrush through there so we can see and run surveys and so forth.
Okay, maybe you can go down there with me one day and show me what we're talking about. That'd be great. Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
And I just have one question.
Yes.
How many lots are there right now that are, I know there's a few of them for sale right there. So how many lots are there kind of gonna be on this sewer line? Because we're also going to attach the habitat.
So this portion will serve the southern lots. I don't
Okay.
remember the number, 7 or 8.
It's like 7 or 8,
850
850 feet long.
I'm just trying to see,
It could also serve the commercial on 17.
on 17 as
You
well.
work out easement.
So it's got a pretty good purpose there, then. So,
Correct.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got big bird.
Yes, it does. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Do we have any public comment on this?
Hi, Danny Nolan. Quick question. Presumably by extending the sewer line, that would save this new construction the expense of installing septic tanks for the drain field. How much are these builders paying for cutting the fee?
500.
Okay.
It's a connection fee.
So it sounds like a pretty good deal for the developer who's in the business of building homes to make a profit and saving what's cost of septic tank, $5,000, $6,000, $8,000. You know, you're gonna give it to them. So shouldn't whoever benefits pay something to the city to help to recoup a significant expense? I mean, typically, I know in developments I've been involved with, if you have to extend the sewer line, you pay for it. So it seems like the city's getting a free ride. That's it.
If we do have a moratorium on our impact fees, which is something I brought up in the past, we need to revisit.
We're gonna look to set that up.
No, excuse me, I'm not talking about an impact fee, but a cut-in fee.
Do we have any other discussion on this? We have a proper motion and a second here.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
What was the motion of
The
the?
approval of the Oakwood, the bid selection for the Oakwood sewer
approval.
project.
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Yes.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. So approved.
Thank you. Mayor, the next item is, deals with the sewer line problem we've been having on Lime Street and Habitat Way. You know, for a decade and a half, the sewer line on Habitat Way has been backing up into residents' yards there. And so you authorized us to move forward with a design solution, which we found out the problem was the line from Habitat Way over to 308, the valley in it. And so that was causing the problem. So we did design a solution. You see the estimate was done based on the winning bid on the Oak Street project. That's going to be $49,140 to fix this problem. And what our Associates has recommended to us is that we piggyback on the contract we just approved, have the same firm do both. There's a lot of efficiencies in having them take care of both of these projects.
Oh, you're putting it all there at the same time. Oh, you're putting it there at the same time. Okay. Commissioners, do we have no motion?
I move that we approve the request to piggyback the line, the Habitat Way sewer modifications on the previously approved, Oakwood sewer project. I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion?
With the wrong answers. Oh, you saying that the piggyback
To piggyback.
off the Oakwood?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any public input on this?
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Yes.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. So approved.
Mayor, the next item is consideration of appointments to various boards. We currently have a vacancy on our code enforcement board, and then the 2 historic preservation seats on our preservation board, which is an extension of our planning and zoning. Those seats are vacant. And we have 1 applicant for the code enforcement boards in the packet, and we have 2 applicants for the 2 vacancies on the preservation board, and those in your packet as well.
Do we want to take these individually? I think we want to take one for the, we want to take, how do you want to do this, Charles? Do you want to do it for each individual board? Or do you want to take it as a group?
That's your pleasure.
Commissioners?
Well, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I just want to know. I move that we, fill the position on the code enforcement board with the person who has applied, and the historic preservation board, 2 vacancies with the 2 persons who have applied for that. And that would be Diane Sykes for code and Daniel Dodge and Alice McCoy for historic preservation.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any discussion? Any discussion? Do the applicants want to speak? You want me to speak?
You know, your address.
I have applied for the position for code enforcement. I think I'd be a good fit. You see my resume. I do have construction experience. I have 30 to 40 years of project management experience. And I think I'd work well with Pam. Thank you.
Do you have, any? Don is new to our community and we welcome
Just over
you.
a year, thank you.
And thank you for what you're doing there on Main Street.
I'm delighted. It's been a fun project, restoring 218 South Main. As you can see from my resume, I've given almost 40 years to my community in various ways, namely nonprofits, and also in government. I'm also a retired businessman, and my career was managing luxury resorts, primarily in Florida. Two main resorts, one on the west coast called the Gasparilla Inn, Boca Grande, and the historic Hillsborough Club in Hillsborough Beach, Florida, which is at the Hillsborough Inlet between Pompano and Boca Raton on the Atlantic. It's actually Broward County's oldest resort, and started in 1922, and the Gasparilla Inn was started in 1911. So over the course of my professional career, I've done a great deal of restoration, as well as you'll notice I've been on various historical boards most of my life, as well as 3 Florida Lighthouse boards. So, do you have any questions for me?
Anybody have any questions? Thank you for your willingness. Thank you for your willingness.
Thank you.
I'll tell you, your resume is impeccable for us.
Thank you.
Employees, would you like to speak or you? Maybe an opportunity to get up and walk around.
Yes, I couldn't move very fast. Alice McCoy, 315 North Summit. I just wanted to say, I'm looking forward to being involved with the historical board. I've had a lot of experience over the years with historic and preservation societies, and I've enjoyed all the things that we can save for the future generations that remind them of the past and how wonderful this country is.
What a nice lady, I'm gonna get proud.
Okay. Commissioners, if we have no other input, do we have any input from the public? Nobody?
I think all of good candidates.
Okay, Karen?
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
I recuse myself, please.
You can.
yeah, this,
Unfortunately, you can, so if you don't have a conflict of interest.
Me.
Okay. Is that correct, Bobby?
Yeah.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Mhm. Thank you all. We take this very seriously and we look forward to you working and being part of the city and supporting the city in your efforts. So, thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Valley.
We'd like to advise the new preservation board candidates meeting tomorrow night. Tomorrow, I'll pick up a copy of the packet.
I'm gonna go get them.
She's got copies for you.
What time?
6, well, the planning and zoning is first, then you'll join the dais for the preservation board portion of the meeting, so maybe 6:30, I don't think there's anything on the planning and zoning agenda, so maybe sooner.
Thank you very much.
I plan on being there at 6, you just know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so at this time, we're gonna close this, or recess this meeting, and we're gonna open up our CRA.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item is a request to apply for Department of Economic Opportunity Planning Grant. We discussed in a workshop about the need for updating our redevelopment plan. It's time for that, as well as creating a downtown vision master plan, not only for the downtown, but the entire corridor, which runs through all three of our CRA districts. DEO has a grant, and I believe the grant deadline is April 11th. So that application, we'll fill it out. The next item on the agenda is a request approval to put out an RFP for planning services. We'll use the responses for the RFP as part of the grant application so that it matches up, and we'll apply for half of that cost. We can be awarded up to 70, I think it's $70,000 is the maximum. They look more favorably on matching grants. So we'll apply for 50% of the cost for that planning process. I just need your approval tonight to apply for that grant.
Commissioners?
Well, I have a question. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So, Charles, in your memo, you're saying that the redevelopment plan update and vision master plan project, you're saying will cost up to $100,000?
In May.
May, okay, and how much, tell me again, what the max is that they would grant?
I believe it's 70,000 or 75. I have to look it up again, but.
Okay, but we have to match.
We would need to match, yes, so I would apply for half the cost. In this case, if the winning firm proposal was $100,000, we would apply for $50,000 grant. In the CRA, the three districts would split up the cost, balance the match.
Okay, so, without this grant, it's time to update our CRA plan anyway, is that correct?
It is.
I mean, you're saying the number of years has,
I
passed.
recommend every 5 to 7 years, update the plan. If we're not awarded the grant, we'll have to tackle that.
So if we didn't do a vision master plan and we just updated our CRA plan, what do you estimate that would, the extent that would be?
I'm trying to recall, the last two plans I was involved with were both an update and a master plan. And so the one before Richie was, I believe, $90,000, and we were awarded a $45,000 grant. So I'm not sure what just a redevelopment plan update only would be. Probably $50,000 or $60,000.
Right, so we're committing ourselves to approximately $50,000 or $60,000.
Well, right now, you're just committing to letting me apply for the grant.
I understand, right, but we're putting out the RFPs as well.
And yes, I'll bring those results of the RFP, if you approve that, back to you, and then you'll commit yourself to
Okay,
expense.
got it, okay, thank you.
But even if we're awarded the grant, we don't, if we decide at that point in time.
Yeah, we don't, before we just didn't decline the grant.
On the grant, okay. Never looks good, but, okay. Okay. Want me, motion, please?
I make a motion that we accept the 1,000,
It's just to apply for the grant.
apply for the grant.
Okay. Have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion, Commissioners? Okay, seeing none, do we have any public input on this one? Let's see, all right. Okay. Karen?
Commissioner Burton?
Yes.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay.
And the next item is the companion request to issue the RFP for those services.
I move that we issue an RFP for redevelopment plan update and downtown vision and master plan to assist the city manager in completing grant application.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on this? Yeah.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye.
Okay.
Mayor, the next item is referring to an item in our redevelopment plan in which we create, utilize the old jail and the water wheel site as a historic preservation tourism attraction. There's I included in your packet diagram from the redevelopment plan that shows a boardwalk that actually goes out over the lake and back into the property and around the property. Upon looking at our water plant, because a lot of wellheads are in the area of that loop on land, it's really not practical. What we could do is put a fence along the driveway. So basically it would allow the waterfront and the jail to be accessible to the public, but not our water plant. And so and at some point in the future, you could approve and decide to do the boardwalk or not. At this point, people that were visiting would just look through a gate off of the end of, it's Lake Street there, I believe, where it meets Cypress. Go through a gate and walk down and they could view. Did have a meeting with Shuri Register from the Historical Society. We would only have that open if they were able to attend, host a tour or something. It wouldn't just be open. The neighbor did have a concern it would become a homeless shelter and so forth. It would just open and available for public access. So this item, we did do an estimate of the fence price, which is in your packet. Bowman Fence Company was doing some repairs, hurricane damage repairs to our fences for us. Asked them to put together an estimate. You can see that there's with and without barbed wire. The lowest one would be $5,900 to put that fence, which would separate the jail and the water wheel, the waterworks, whatever it was, from our water plant. And would give us the option of then working with the Historical Society to provide public access. They cleaned that the jail out recently and are very interested in doing some restoration and having that as an attraction in the community. So this is in the CRA plan. The CRA would pay for the fence should you approve it.
Okay. Commissioners? I have a question. So this would come out of the central CRA funds, right?
Yes.
And which part of the funds would that be?
It would be the, I think it's called repair improvements or.
Okay, because aren't we pretty low in the central CRA funds right now?
Only in the grant line. In the grants, we had $40,000. I think we're down to 27.
Right, but didn't we talk about moving funds, so that we could possibly, let's do more preservation?
We did, but we never concluded anything.
Right, so I guess my concern is twofold. We've talked about other needs that we have for the central CRA. A lot of money is spent. I've been concerned that we need to find a way to replenish that money, and that we need to spend something on a grant writer to do that. And I'm not necessarily comfortable spending $5,000 or $6,000 before we look at the other things that we've already talked about spending money on. Is the Historical Society ready to do tours of the waterworks right now?
I can't speak to that. They were very interested and excited about cleaning it out and moving towards this goal. Again, this was kind of some low-hanging fruit in the redevelopment plan. When I knew the annual report, I found that most of the items I had no progress. So this was something that was very doable. We had a partner willing to help us move this item forward. The other option would be wait till we do the planning effort to see if it survives the update. But this is low-hanging fruit, something we can move forward on an already adopted plan. If you want to wait or prefer to prioritize something else, that's completely up to you. This is just a doable action item that's been on the plan since 2018 with no progress.
Right, there's a ton of stuff in the CRA plan. We couldn't possibly do it all, and my concern is that we do things in the right order, that, we help the businesses or the deteriorating buildings. That's what we've been talking about. You made great progress on that, for goodness sake. But when we keep whittling down the available money, that kind of closes off our options and things that we can do. And So I don't know, I mean, I'm a little concerned about going ahead with this expenditure until we have an idea of, is this really ready to be an immediate tourist attraction?
Okay, do you want to make a motion?
I make a motion that we table this idea until we get more information, about, how it would benefit down, well, when it could be a tourist attraction and, the relative benefits for the businesses downtown. I would just like to get more information before we move ahead with that much money on that. So,
We have a motion to table this, do I have a second?
That's correct.
I have, do we have any comments on this, any discussion? Mr. Burton?
Didn't the resident down there, wasn't she concerned with the amount of traffic that would be coming down Lake Street to go along the fence line, to go down to the jail or something like that?
She did, she came to the workshop and expressed her concerns drawing pedestrian traffic in front of her house.
So, but the only way that we can design it is to come down Lake Street and put gates on Lake Street. There's no way we could design it, that it comes from Sunrise Park, going into Sunrise Park and then walking there. Because, I mean, we already have picnic tables there. We should probably expand that a little bit in Sunrise Park, make it a little more, of a picnic area. And, you know, possibly access that area, from Sunrise Park rather than, you know,
We looked at that and we didn't look all the way to the water's edge, but if you remember there's an elevation change, a grade change, that the parking is there, there's timber built up to hold the truck and boat combination parking. So we would have to put in a stairway or something. It'd be much more expensive to come through the fence on that side. Because of our wellheads that are there, it would have to be much closer to the water's edge. They didn't go all the way down to the water line and walk in. So we could investigate that option. That didn't look feasible when we were standing there. The best way is, as it's illustrated in this diagram, but much tighter than it's illustrated, right along the fence line, and then curve along the waterfront, and then you get to the jail without getting into the water line.
Do we have any other discussion? Do we have any kind of input on this?
Danny Miller. I recall it was something similar came up, perhaps in the last 6 months, so we were in CRA funds. And it seems that it's a given that there's lots of opportunity in the community, but limited CRA funds available. It still seems as if it's kind of a first come, first served, and that there's no real ranking criteria. So those limited funds are applied in a place where the greatest benefit can be realized. Certainly can't be done now, but I would really encourage the city to develop some criteria so that CRA fund applications or considerations can be ranked from highest to priority to least and move away from the first come, first served. Thank you.
Do you have any other public input on this? Okay, seeing nobody, I'm going to close public input. Right now, we have a motion to table this.
Yes.
And we have a second. So, Karen?
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Yes.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay. With that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close out CRA and I'm going to open up regular meeting.
Have a sewer, we have a sewer issue, I need to show you a picture.
No.
Another sewer issue.
Is this the? Okay.
It's hard to see, the white you see, this is the sewer line on Lemon. Lighter roots, the
discovered that the sewer line on 11th Street has, this is another picture, all this in the middle, this is a root mass. With roots getting into the sewer line, to clear it, we need to clear the line from Oak to Chestnut, and from Pine to Main, and then pressure throughout the line, keep the roots from coming back in. We're having a problem with it backing up in one of our residents' homes, another instance. And the cost is gonna be $52,000 to do this, but as you can see, we have to do it, and this is part of our renew and replace fund, what those are for. This is to solve the problem of the, clear out the roots, and then it would pressure throughout those joints where the roots have come in and almost completely blocked it in some cases. This water is being held because of the root mass.
You don't want to see the live feed.
Do you have a live video?
Do you, Keith?
Anybody wants to watch it, I'll send it to them.
So that's gonna be a future, is that gonna be on the next agenda, or is that something we need to go ahead tonight?
No, we need to go ahead and do it. This is a, what I call an emergency, backing up in someone's home.
Okay.
So, may I ask a question? So what exactly is the nature of the work? Is it, I talked out there the other day, are we clearing the line, or are we replacing the line?
Yeah.
What they're gonna do is they're gonna come in with a vacuum and they're gonna take a head that eats the roots, and they're gonna clean the line, they're gonna flush the line. And then they come in with another machine with another camera, and they come to each joint and grout each joint. That'll stop all the roots from coming back in. That particular line is like 18 foot deep. And there's no way that the $50-something thousand is cheap compared to what it would cost to put a new line in. It'd be millions. And then we'd have to figure out what we're gonna do with all the sewer in the meantime. It's a gravity fed line.
Sounds good.
But if anybody wants to see the video, I'll send it. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
What we need to pass something to.
Yes.
Yes, I move that we authorize this. Okay. I move that we authorize the city manager to move forward with the emergency cleaning and flushing of the sewer lines on 11th Avenue from where to where?
Main to Chestnut.
From Main Street to Chestnut, and the money will come from the renew and replace sewer fund, is that right? Okay, that's the motion.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second? We have a motion and a second, do we have any other discussion, commissioners? Do we have any public input on this? Okay.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Commissioner Banks,
Yes.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
Mary, the only other thing I want to bring up was, as part of our Florida Main Street designation, we get a lot of services, either free or at a reduced rate. And one of those being an economic analysis. The state is contracting with a firm called Urban 3, and I provided the web link for you in your packet. They do economic analysis and look at our infrastructure and make sure we're ready for growth. We talk about long-year track growth, and they look at our infrastructure network and the entire community as a whole. So it's not a market analysis, it's an economic analysis of our community. And they're doing 6 communities. They want to do ours because we're at the beginning of our revitalization process. It'll be a great benchmark for us, and to see how well suited we are in terms of our preparation for economic development and growth. The cost to us would be, if they did a virtual presentation, the presentation they said will take a couple hours, about 2.5 hours, so it'll be a special meeting. It'd be $1,500 for that virtual presentation, or if you wanted to come in person, it would be $500. So the contract the state's paying is $32,000. So this is a great opportunity for us to receive that data and analysis of our our community from that perspective, to help us guide our decision making. So 1,500, and I'll bring that to you once it's finalized as a decision item, in the future, but I want to make you aware of that.
Anything else that you-
That's it.
Okay, Bobby, do you have anything?
I just have a personal note to keep you all updated. As some of you may know, I applied to be appointed by the governor to the open county court spot here in Putnam County, and I made the short list. So I'm one of the 4 names that's going to the governor's office for the appointment, and I'll keep you all updated as to what happens.
Thank you.
Great.
Mayor, I had questions for the city manager.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So Charles, I had a couple of questions for you. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you very much. The speed bumps that we authorized on Pine Street, and I saw those went in, and I got a call from someone who lives on South Main Street who said they were really happy the speed bumps were installed there too. So thank you so much. That was fast. And they were on sale, right?
They were on sale.
God bless you. That's wonderful. Couple things, the legislative budget request, the status of those, they got turned in.
So we did turn them into the Representative Payne's office. We did have one question on our, we were recommended on the emergency response station was to break it into 2-year ask. And so we had to clarify that for them. So we're asking for $2 million the first year, and then there was just a range of 1 to 3 million in the next year. So we clarified that for them, so they've been submitted and we met the deadline.
Okay, and speaking of that legislative budget request, as we talked about before, we have no assurance or certainty that that will come through. And we have some other requests, including one for historic preservation for the Newman Lodge. But I think I sent you the paperwork. The historic preservation grant cycle, from what I can see with the Florida Department of State, is April 1st to June 1st. And there's the special category grants for large projects, and then the special categories, which I know you're familiar with. So assuming that we won't get any funding for our direct requests to our legislature, is it possible that we can apply for the special categories grant?
We can, certainly, we'll watch to see which ones are matching grants and which ones are, another benefit of being a Florida Main Street community, we do not have to match
Right.
the $50,000 grant for I think it's called small category grant.
Right. Or special, whichever one.
Yeah, it's $50,000
For planning,
for
right.
planning purposes, so we could update our inventory and so forth, things we wanted to get done, for preservation. The other grants, that I've been familiar with often require a pretty good match, so that's kind of a challenge for us, to apply for a large amount of money and have to put up a large amount of money to match that grant.
Well, but I think since we're rural economic development, whatever it is, that we might also have the match waived.
If that's possible, that'd be great.
Right, and that we could apply, we could choose something. Anyway, the deadline seemed to be, I know I gave you the paperwork and it was actually for last year. I signed up on the email to be notified when the grant cycle is open. But given that we have so much need and relatively small amount of money in the CRA, that's not just, and I think in the Main Street application, didn't we say that we would apply for special categories grant?
I don't recall, but I'm eager to apply for that grant, and I think it'd be great to help us.
I mean, the small one.
The small one, yeah, because they waived the match. So. Yeah, so we could get up to $50,000. We just have to, again, itemize what it is we want to do and put it in the application.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions again? Doc, I should find it right now. Okay, Commissioner Banks.
Yes, I want to just bring it back to your attention. The lighting on 17
Yes, sir.
that supposed to have been already, the finance have been already passed to do the job. You got
The last I heard is in design, and I can check for you the status of the design.
Okay, please do. Okay, the dock, Fletcher Park.
Yes, sir. We've, as you all know, the dock at Fletcher Park was pretty heavily damaged in Hurricane Ian, and we have applied. We first applied for our insurance, filed a claim. We were denied. Our insurance does not cover wind damage, and they classify the waves as a result of winds. So FEMA will pay for it. So we've applied to FEMA, and we've gotten bids, and we've submitted all paperwork, and now we're just waiting. We believe FEMA is going to reimburse us for some hours of overtime and equipment use before the storm in different categories, and after the storm, and then the pier is a separate category. So.
Well, it could take them at least 2 years, 3 years anyway. They're slow. Okay, Culver Park. You could ride by and look at that limb, and I'm scared that limb gonna fall over that tree. When they cut part of it off, I was hoping that they would cut the other part, but they did not.
Okay, we'll take a look at
And
it.
it leans right over where people sit.
Okay.
In their car, right there in their car, because I know during one of the bad storms, that one limb did fall, huge limb fell there.
Yeah, but over in the park, also,
Okay.
that is hanging dead. Okay, that's me.
Okay, do we have anything, guys, Commissioner Mayor?
In the January 12th minutes, I think we said that we needed to schedule a workshop to discuss, sorry, not talking about one night, but the
Thank you.
January 12th meeting, we said that we would schedule workshops on a number of topics that we didn't have time to get to in that meeting. One was the impact fees that the city manager just mentioned tonight. One was Miller Middle School plans. One was the animal control ordinance, animal control and the elements of our ordinance. So, and I think I remember you had asked the city manager to contact us to try to come up with some dates, but I don't think we've addressed that yet.
Probably because he's been working with FEMA. He's had hours and hours and hours of FEMA.
Right.
I did draft an email and send it to acknowledge that. We'll send out a list of those topics and suggested workshop dates.
Right, and I know you also spent a lot of time on the legislative budget request. I saw the application, it wasn't horrible. But anyway, that's something that we said we would do, but.
What do you mean was horrible? The budget?
All the boxes and questions on the legislative budget.
Oh,
It
it's,
was a lot of
yeah,
work.
no, it was, there was a lot. It was
Yeah.
like 19 pages. Each
Right.
one was 19 pages.
Right.
And get through each item, yeah.
And that's why we should have a shorter list.
I was
But anyway.
clarify what you meant was horrible.
No.
It wasn't our request because that was a lot of work.
No, the online form that has to go. So, right, so that's left pending from January, I think, so we said we would do.
So with that, we currently still have people here that I know who are interested in the school discussion. So it's coming up on 10 o'clock. So do we want to, commissioners, I'm gonna refer to you, how you want to proceed with this. Do we want to put this on the agenda for the March? What do you want to do?
Mayor, I don't really agree with our potential future judge, that we cannot talk about the school tonight.
No.
I
I never said that we couldn't. You can't, I don't think you can take any official action and vote because it's not on the agenda, but you're welcome to talk about it. I wrongly anticipated that it would be much later than it is right now at the end of the meeting. That's what I was getting at. I never said that we could not talk about it.
anyway, I think that we have, put this off long enough and it's getting to be a crucial enough issue, that it is time to talk about it, because I don't understand what's going on here, and I think we need to get some answers before March and get some clarification.
Okay. Commissioners?
Well, I definitely think we need to get where we stand. And the only way we can do that is probably setting up a meeting with the people in charge.
Or we can, tonight we can discuss here and then go forward from there, whatever.
Well, we kind of already know what direction we want to go. So why should we discuss it here? We need to go up there and discuss it, I think. And commit it from here.
Well, I think I'd like to hear what people say. We can have a meeting to do that, but I think the folks that showed up here waited till 10 o'clock. I really think I want to hear what they say. We can discuss this stuff about the vote, like you said, but I kind of like the idea of being able to have them say their piece, and then we can decide, and then we're not going to be able to vote anyway, so we have to do a separate meeting anyway. And they're here to hear this stuff, so I thought, hey.
And and the reason I say that, I mean, I would assume that if the board is gonna take an official position, there's gonna be some type of proclamation or resolution that has to be advertised, so that's the only thing. I think it may be fun to direct us, if that's something that y'all are interested in, to bring something back. They can be advertised and vote on at that point. That's what I was getting at.
So I think with that, did we have anybody else that wanted to speak on this earlier, or did you come up with something from the school that you'd like to bring forward? And Mr. Miller, I do want to clarify, with you that, in no way have I brokered anything. I did not broker anything. All I did was one party, I reached out to one party, that party reached out to somebody else, and then they're working with the school board. But in no way have I brokered anything. And, I guess no good deed goes unpunished. I thought this was gonna be a positive. I really did. I thought it would be a positive, and still hope it will be a positive. And I think everybody's looking for that to be a positive. I think the biggest concern was making sure that, as we go forward, we just have to make sure that we're not getting sideways with all the parties. Because we're gonna all have to work together eventually, if they decide that they have to use that site, that's all. So that would be, go ahead.
I just want to clarify, our strategic plan, the objective one is to work with the school board on the Miller site. The first strategy is to communicate our desire for the site to the school board leadership. It's not to acquire the site. And number two was to identify alternative sites for the school, which has been done, and identify funding source to assist with the acquisition of alternative site for the new school, which in this case would be the developer. So I think we've been following the strategic plan, and we're working to get a positive outcome for the community, and I'm optimistic that we're going to get some good news.
And I am too, and I think even everybody, the next parties felt very optimistic that they were gonna come something, so we hope that they do. But Commissioner Diviga?
Yes, but my concern earlier, and it's still a great concern, is that it seems to be the action that's being taken is by the city manager and the mayor. And that really the commission never authorized the city manager and the mayor to negotiate with anyone.
I haven't negotiated anything.
We haven't
I just
negotiated
attended
anything.
meetings.
Well, you've attended meetings and not reported back to the rest of us. That's a given. As well, we asked the city manager to request the school board to come to a meeting here. And apparently, I think all the commissioners received an email today from someone who's made a public records request about communications. And the emails show that the city manager kind of requested Mr. Bowling to come here, but with a little twist that you recommended to Mr. Bowling that he not come in person.
I said I understand that you didn't want to come in person. He said he invited you to anyone to come, and to my knowledge, no one has come and presented to the school board,
No, but we asked you to request Mr. Bowling
and I did,
to come here,
I did.
but you advised him, I saw that
I
you.
did not advise him. I said, I understand.
Yeah, because you, well, you said, no, I think you said advised. It sounded like you were suggesting that he not come. That is not appropriate. We needed Mr. Bowling here. And as well, seems like the only two people who are getting updated information are the mayor and the city manager. And it's my understanding that from the city manager, all the commissions should get the same information. I don't see that that has occurred. So here is a property, we have a strategic plan, there's something missing. We said, well, we'd like to have the site. The mayor said, well, we have no money. The appropriate thing to do was then to be updated along the way and to have an open discussion about how to pursue funding or pursue whatever it is we need if we want to acquire the site. We haven't had any of those discussions. We should have had them. And as well, at one point, when we were given to understand that the school board would be demolishing the property except for the gym, the auditorium, they would be demolishing the other historic building. Charles, you told us, and the mayor and Commissioner Burton made these statements in a meeting, that we have no control over what the school board does over the property, that we shouldn't discuss it at a meeting because they can do whatever they want and our land development code doesn't apply. So, Charles, I asked you in an email, because later you came back to us and said that was not accurate, that apparently parts of our land development code do. So I asked, where did you get that incorrect information that you gave to the commission in the past? And where did the mayor and Commissioner Burton get that information? Because you folks are on record in the meeting saying, we shouldn't talk about this. We are.
I don't recall us saying we shouldn't talk about this.
Yes.
I think, well,
Yes.
I'll go back and listen to it, right? Because you like to put words in my mouth, and so I'll go back and I'll listen to it to see exactly. But I do believe, there was discussion that we cannot, in many ways, there's not a whole lot of authority we have, if any, over the school district and
Okay.
what they want to do. And then Charles, you've spoken to our planner, and he has said, what did he say?
He said we do, what it comes down to is what are we willing to fight over in court ultimately? If we say, oh, you have to paint the building green, and they say it's just not cost feasible to paint the building green, then we decide, okay, are we willing to take legal action to make them paint the building green? So they're supposed to follow our code, but it becomes a negotiated process. Like what is it? They put their foot down. We say it has to be a one-story building, and they say, well, we have to have a two-story building. Then it becomes a negotiated process of what are you willing to go to court over?
Well, okay, so what I have asked is, what are those items that we have some control over? And the planner should be able to give us that idea. And as well, in particular, I think that we should be doing everything we can to make sure, A, that each and every building in that site that's a contributing structure in the historic district is preserved. And I've looked, I think there's a flyer here from the Historic Preservation Society, which most of us are members of, and it's showing the Pearson School, which is very modern looking. So what our planner said in the email that you forwarded me is that our code applies wherever the school building code doesn't apply. Well, what is that code? And what do they have to follow there and what don't they? We need that information. So far, as I said, the rest of the commission has not had information. So this is new information that should be shared with everyone, not just one member of the public to come. What are the requirements? And if the school district doesn't want to build there, what can we do as a local government to raise funds to acquire whatever portions of the site that we feel would benefit our community? I mean, we should be looking into that. And it seems to me that we are kind of flat-footed. We still don't have the information, and we still don't have any contingency plan.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
please, may I say this?
Yes, sir.
What can you do, Charles, to get the school board, the first people in charge of the process of, making sure the school gets built, those people to come down here and meet with us so we can get this behind us. We're killing a whole lot of time. It was time, though, cause to me, that school got a sentimental, to me, cause see, I was back there the other day. You got a sentimental to me, but I think for the process to move, so we'll know what way it's going, we need to just get a meet with the people that is on that committee. What will present that. And so we'll know what they're gonna do, cause we just spinning tracks. It don't make sense. They either, we got either get them, if they're gonna let that go, and then if they give us a big godly amount of a price, that wouldn't be fair to our citizens at all, not down here. If the city would try to go out and do that. But to me, we wasting precious time, and the time is getting close. I got a feeling in my heart that they done made up their mind what they gonna do, and that's it. They just gonna meet with us and hogwash us, and that's gonna be it. So, I'm in favor.
So,
Put it to me, Mayor.
May I make one
Yeah, he's
question?
doing-
Where are we at with the historical society of looking at a, historical thing where they couldn't tear it down? I mean,
There's no
I
such
mean,
thing.
that has
so you can't,
got
there's
to
not,
be some
there's
kind of.
not, you can go.
Our ordinance requires the property owner to request designation as a local landmark.
But I
I mean,
will
that would
say,
be a
I
historical
will say
thing
this,
for-
and I don't know who put the Pearson Elementary School on there, and I did ask Mr. Bowling that today, if that's their renderings. And he said, that's not their renderings, that their architect, that they've just hired an architect, and he has not even given them anything yet.
Okay, but this is the $64 question, and this is why it is very important for us to know what actually in their school code, school building code overrides are. Because I looked online, I found what looked like the school building code. I'm not an expert in finding the current school building code. And basically, if what I saw is the applicable school building code, then we have a big problem. Because there are references in there to no vegetation, lines of sight. It's very specific. And when you read it, if that's it, that's what we need to know. It looks like this, and the pictures look like this. It's the requirement. So we need that information, and I agree with Commissioner Banks. I think we need a face-to-face that we haven't really had in a discussion format with one or more representatives of the school board as soon as possible.
Commissioner Burton?
Well, I've been listening to all this. It seems like if you want to put it kind of in a nutshell, it seems like what we're asking is for the school board to give us an idea exactly of what they have in mind. What is it? What is their plan? You're saying that they don't have it yet. They haven't designed it yet. Is that what you're saying? I mean, is that what you know?
That's what he said today when I.
So I think the question is when is that gonna happen? And at that point in time, it really should involve us and show us what exactly they're doing. I think the time is kind of over for us to think that we're going to save that building down there, I really do. I think with the new technology that has to come in, with that having asbestos in it and some of the other, things that unfortunately older buildings had, that building probably will come down, but that doesn't mean that the new building going up has to be like Pearson. And I think that's where the rub's gonna be. They probably could put a new building up that looks somewhat historical to what we would like. But I don't think we're there yet. You have to.
In just a second, okay?
But that's where I think we're kind of at, is I really think that we need to understand where their head's at. What design features and what are they trying to do and come and show us. Because right now, everybody believes that that's what it's gonna be.
And that I will share with you with Charles. I mean, that's never been part of.
Yeah.
That's not been part of the discussion.
Yeah.
That's not been, it's just.
But I think everybody
Where's the
is,
best place for a school? Where's the best place for a school? Because their utmost, I mean, what they're looking at, and what all of us should be looking at, is what's in the best interest too of the children. You got
I
children,
agree.
and we hear about these memories, that school's been there for 100 years, we hear about the memories that were made there, but yet, seems as if nobody wants to put a school there for the children. These children that we have here are overcrowded, and they deserve everything that all you had growing up.
and more, because it is a totally
And
different
the
education
vegetation,
system now.
Captain Usher, you'll probably speak to that. I think right now, security is so different from when it was when all those other schools were designed.
Yes.
That vegetation is probably a big issue that they're.
Okay, but here we are doing the same thing that we've done, in prior meetings. So what I would like to know is not what do they have planned, but what is the relationship between the school code, building code provision and our land development code? And I have to say, yes, the school for the children is very important, but our first obligation as a commission of Crescent City is to the neighborhoods of Crescent City and to what our city looks like and how it's going to develop economically. So again, we need to know what the rules are, not just what they have planned, but what the rules are. And Charles, I did ask you, where did you get the information that they didn't have to follow anything in our land development code? How did that come about?
That was my experience when I worked in Eustis, and we notified the school board that we had established a historic district, a local historic district, which encompassed a historic elementary school. And we got a letter from their lawyer saying we are not subject to your local regulations for our property or independent government body. So that was my experience with it. And Mark gave me the proper information, Mark Correct, that they have their own building code, but they have to follow our land development code, and that will ultimately be a negotiated process.
But what we as a commission don't know is what elements in our land development code do they have to follow? Is this something that we really want? Is it manageable for that neighborhood? We know that there was a school of 600 there that created quite an impact. We need more information, and I think we need options, and we've not discussed those. I really am dismayed that we didn't discuss this at the end of last year, because this would have been an item that we indeed could have gone to our legislator about, to seek funding for whatever options we came up with. Because this is potentially, as we've said, an economic development issue for Crescent City. So I agree with Commissioner Banks. I think that we need to have a sit down with the school board with all of that.
And just remember, when they talked to us last year, or actually when the historical folks went in and put the library in, and everything, they were told that they were gonna be there for almost 6 years, I think.
At least 6 years.
And all of a sudden, it's just rapidly, succession here that we're gonna do it now in, you know, 2
Well,
or
how
3
much was
years.
the lease for? What was the lease for? What was your lease for? Wasn't it for 2
It
years?
was, it was a short lease,
Okay,
and, but, you know, we were subleased, so we had to kind of take what we could get.
But, you know, I just think that, you know, we took that as it was gonna take 6 years, which would have given us a little more time to work with this. And now it's kind of been put into a, you know, 75 pounds in a 50-pound bag.
Based on new rules, we need a motion and a second to continue to the time certain.
okay. You want a motion, need a motion to continue? I don't wanna go past 10:30.
Okay,
So,
I'll make a motion that we continue until 10:30. At such time we will end the
I do have, you would like to speak?
What was the?
I need you to come to the podium, please. Please state your name and your address if you would. Karen.
Cynthia, Kingdom. So I'm new to the area in this building that you guys are, that they're taking down the school. What was the life expectancy for the building? Like, isn't there a certain amount for like government properties, like there's just a last certain amount of time?
The last thing I heard from the school board is 50 years. That they
So it's
consider the
expired,
school to
it's
last
like-
50 years.
So it's expired, it's like, is that what I'm?
Oh, it's 100 years, yeah, 100 years.
And then renovations have been done to extend that life, right?
Yeah, you know, put new roof.
It's just hard to see something that, a good building go to waste when it makes sense to put the high school and the elementary next to each other. Because I don't work like, if I'm dropping my kids off, I don't wanna go to an elementary down here and go to a high school down here. What a pain in the butt.
You are speaking to the choir.
People have siblings, it's a pain in the butt. I just think that needs to be a major priority to make the citizens' lives of Crescent City flow better.
We agree. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Alice.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, we didn't vote on the extensions. Like,
We did not, you
okay, motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
10:30, that's it.
I don't know how many of you all attended those meetings that they had over at the auditorium at the school. I attended several of them. I feel like we've been had because they told us, that gentleman stood there and said that they could not reuse the Miller building for the new grade school because it didn't have a large enough campus and it was locked in by the different streets that they couldn't, there was nowhere for them to go. And that they would not be using it for the elementary school. So I feel like we've been had, the bond issue passed, and now they're going to tear the school down. My suggestion is, we not allow them to tear the school down and demolish it till they have a plan that is approved. The way, I'm in the building industry, and nothing gets done very quickly now. The architect will take months and months and months. Then they'll have committee meetings and whatever. We should not ever allow them to tear the building down till we know what's gonna go there and it's imminent. They should not have kicked everybody out of there till they had a plan of exactly what the building was going to be, how they were going to utilize it, because I have a feeling that when they do those plans, the engineers and architects are going to find that the requirements now for security and all the things they have to do in these new schools will not fit on that property. So if they tear the building down in a year, 2 years, whatever, when they finally decide they can't build it there, we've already lost our building. So we need to make sure that we protect that structure until at least they have a plan. And I think as a city, we should be able to protect it until they do that without any lawsuits or whatever. but we need to do it the right way. And I think we do have time if they understand they're not gonna tear it down until we approve their plan or the plan is approved.
Now, is there any way that we can request, I don't think we have any authority to ask them. I mean, they're gonna do what they wanna do, basically.
Right in front of the building.
Okay, then,
Been there, done that. Yes.
there's no sense of speculating, can we, can't we? We need to find out from our attorney and our planner exactly how we could accomplish that goal. We may be able to.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
Danny Miller, as you know, this is an issue I've been intimately involved with for a year and a half now. And it's been range, and I can speak rather expansively on it if you would indulge me. First, if I can speak to the strategic plan, this kind of sets the foundation. My notes are, and I quote, the strategic plan said, communicate our desire for the site with the school leadership. Unquote. And then in the January 5th timeline provided, the quote is, the position that the staff and the commission through the strategic plan has continuously expressed as that we're interested in the entire site, unquote. So I read that as, and I think any normal person will read that as, yeah, the city wants the site. And we talked about that when we first came, when we welcomed you. So to your point that, gee, we can't adopt a resolution, I agree, but I would ask you, is a resolution needed? Because perhaps this commission obviously adopted the strategic plan in 2021. What is to prevent you from communicating with the school district and saying, look, this is what our strategic plan calls for? Acquiring the site, helping you to find a different site and figuring out how to pay for it. Now, I have how to pay for it. You said then, you said now, well, gee, we can't afford it. You're working with someone, okay, I feel like you stepped out of your lane, you feel like you're doing your job fine, we'll differ on that. We'll differ on that, and that's fine. I didn't realize that was an option. I'll make a phone call in the morning and try to come up with somebody I think would be interested in a developer. But I would say that there is an avenue for the city to accomplish this larger goal of acquiring that in conjunction with working with the developer, getting rid of this property and helping to pay the thing, which have to get creative in our thinking. Let's set all that aside for a moment. Asbestos was mentioned. That's a red herring in my belief. The gym is loaded with asbestos, but they are hell bent for leather to keep the gym, and that's fine. But if asbestos is a problem in the gym, we want to keep it. But we've got to tear down the major school buildings that has asbestos. That just doesn't wash. Children, nobody will disagree that we want the best possible education for our children. That's why I moved my children out of this town, so that I can give them the best possible education. Did you go to high school here? You did? Okay. I was misinformed. All right.
Okay. You're 3 minutes, so we've got to wrap this up.
I have a question
Okay.
first, Mr. Miller.
Yes.
So, Jen, at a meeting somewhere, I heard you say that there is a way to amend our historic preservation ordinance to prevent demolition of a historic site.
Well, that's up to y'all. I don't know the mechanics of amending ordinances, but as I understand our historic preservation ordinance, and this is something, a negotiation, a real estate negotiation, you use every dollar on whatever you have. And we've got a lot at that school. One of them is the historic preservation ordinance, which says anything in the historic district, the design must be approved by the city. But I'm scared that the school district is going to move the issue by just moving the bulldozer to it. So what should the city do? Amend the ordinance if required, but put the school district on notice, no demolition. until such time as the development plan is approved. You know, they can take you to court, but that's all part of the negotiation.
That was the language, and I just want to say, I think that Ms. McCoy and Dan Miller have raised a very good point. I would certainly hate to see the school district come in and bulldoze the site and then find that perhaps it wouldn't accommodate all they need for the school. Or even perhaps, I'm very concerned since it's on such a slope, they might find they can't put in all the roadways and pavement they need and still meet the environmental standards for runoff and water retention and all that. That's what the RV park had a problem with. So I think that Alice McCoy hit the nail on the head, and Danny is trying to show us the way, that we should figure out how we would go about prohibiting demolition until they have that site plan, because they can ruin that site for the whole neighborhood.
So what's your, I want to ask you this.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rowe. What's your vision? What's your vision for over there? What's your ultimate goal for over there? That's what I think we need. I think all of us need to kind of figure.
If I could name an ideal outcome, it would be exactly what we shared with you. 2021, when you first came on board, is what I shared with you when we met in late 2021 and in January, and that would be the city needs to be housed somewhere else, if I understood correctly. So repurpose the building, or a portion of it, for the city use. There's obviously a tremendous need by the community because organically, you know, South Button, Preston Sharing Center, et cetera, people have, hey, we have a need for it. There is, if the city were to control it all, they don't need it all, I don't think, all because of what the master plan comes up with. That south piece of property is valuable, it's very valuable. I recognize that you want to talk about this. I recognize that you want to expand the waterfront park. That'd be wonderful for the city, but the city doesn't need to own it.
Okay, so.
Let me finish. You asked me a simple
Well, I need
question.
you to, okay, because
Well,
we've got
this
till
is-
10:30, so
this is
then,
important.
okay, bring it in,
Okay.
let's bring it in.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The Central Avenue frontage. Apparently, I gather from tonight that you have visions of that being redeveloped. Wonderful. You can accomplish what this developer person you're talking to wants to accomplish, but work with a developer who will fold in the city's vision. And that's the ideal outcome. Failing in that, and if the school district is insistent on building there, it should be something that is consistent with the architectural character of the neighborhood. It doesn't adversely impact the neighborhood. There are 450 students. This new school is designed for 1,200 student stations.
And they have 1,070 right now, crammed over it. Middleton.
Yeah, so it's going to have a horrible impact. Go during power hour at Pearson, and the traffic stacked up all the way to 7 p.m. They got 400 students.
So, commissioners, we need to bring this in, and I think it's time that we determine, are you looking for us to do a resolution? I mean, we cannot demand, I think that's what it is, we cannot demand for the school board to come down here. We can ask them, well, we can. If you can't make them, we can't make them come down here. Now, they have, wait, I'm not done. They have meetings. They have school board meetings, I believe. Bobby, is it twice monthly they have a school board meeting? I believe they have a school board meeting twice monthly. You need to be speaking to those commissions, to those school board members. But from our standpoint, I mean, Charles, I think you can probably talk to Mr. Bowling and get from Mr. Bowling whatever information Commissioner DeVito is requesting.
I'll speak to Mark as well.
And you speak to Mark as well. And then bring back a report to to everybody as far as where they are. I don't even know at this point in time, since they don't even have architectural renderings, that they know what they're looking at. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, what's gonna make you happy? At some point in this journey, Danny, you got sideways with me, and I apologize for that, because I never meant for that to happen. I thought we were all trying to work towards an end goal, and when the school district said that wasn't gonna work, that property that y'all were looking at, it was, all of a sudden, I felt like it was my fault that didn't happen. And there's only so much we can make them do. And so that's what I'm asking is, do you want us to do a resolution? With a resolution, requesting that they not demolish anything until they have a plan? Is that what you're looking for? I mean, what are you looking for from us? Given the fact that we cannot demand for them to come down here. Charles requested it, but you can't demand for them to come down there. We have no authority truly over the district.
We as a city, I believe, should have every expectation that they engage with us as a partner in this. We have a responsibility to our students. We have a responsibility to our taxpayers. We have a responsibility to the communities we serve. It's my belief, and we know when the school district jerked the rug out from under us on the community forum. The administration, not school board, school administration has treated this city with contempt in this city. That is my belief. They've not engaged. And my disappointment with you is that I don't think anyone saw where any effort was being made, because there's certainly no report coming back, where any effort was being made to advance the stated goals of the city. You and I sat on January 17th of 2022. I'm sorry.
This is a commission meeting, and it has turned into somehow a continuation of past meetings that you had with Mr. Miller.
I'm asking him because he's the one
Okay,
who
ma'am,
demanded.
we are the commission, and
I am
Right.
the chairman, and I can recess this if I want to, okay? Now, we are having this conversation because Mr. Miller and the Historic Society has been requesting multiple times for us to do something, and all I'm asking is, what is it you would like to see us, the commission, do?
well, he said so, and what hasn't happened is Mr. Banks, Commissioner Banks has asked that we get the school board here, a representative, to update us. I have asked that we get specific legal information, and I think we need to do those things. And that when you are going to negotiate with people and make arrangements that needs to be
I'm
authorized.
not negotiating with anybody. I have not negotiated, and I apologize that, you're constantly after me to be transparent, and I am as transparent, and tonight I felt like I was, no, let me finish. Tonight, I'm trying very much so. I have not negotiated anything. Mr. Rudd has not negotiated anything. I really don't know any more than you do as far as what plans that they might have for that property.
Okay, we've asked to have Mr. Bowling here to meet. That invitation was not correctly communicated. Apparently.
Here we go, we're just going around in circles.
No, I'm not going in circles.
Commissioner Burton, let us finish.
Sure. Okay, I've asked for specific information from our planner and our attorney as to what we can and can't require, what is the interface between the school building code and our code. That's very important. Ms. McCoy has made an excellent suggestion, and I think we should get that information. What avenues do we have to prevent demolition and clearing of the site? And as well, I agree with Commissioner Banks. We obviously can go to the school board, but we can't say the commission position because we haven't really voted on it other than the strategic plan. But we can ask Mr. Bowling to come here and to talk to us directly on these issues. Those three things I would like to see done. And it is absolutely true, maybe negotiated is the right word, I apologize. But there has been a lot of communications going on and arrangements made that have never been communicated to or authorized by the city commission. And that needs to
And
stop.
I have, well, I have not done anything. I have not done anything outside of what would, my purview of my ability. I have not spoken for the commission. Wait a second. I have never spoken for the commission. Never have I spoken for the commission. And Commissioner DeVito, people meet with me. People meet with,
Mayor, I
no,
don't want to argue about that
no,
because
no,
I've made specific requests and we're running out of time.
no.
And once again, we're going to leave. with
Commissioner
no
DeVito?
action taken.
Commissioner DeVito, I'm saying, I meet with people, you meet with people. Okay? Do you come in here and do you report with us every person you meet with? Do you give
On
us
an
an
issue like
update
this?
of everybody that you,
On an issue like this, yes, I do, and there are tons of memos on file when I meet with people and I share the information.
that's fine,
I
just
sure
write it down, just put it down. So what you're asking for, Charles, let's
I
clear
will
this
invite
up.
Commissioner, Mr. Bowling,
Again?
request that he come
Requesting,
here
yes.
before the commission.
Yes,
And I'll also talk to our planner, on specific questions Commissioner Vito has outlined. Can we demolish the building without an approved site plan?
okay,
How the building, the school building code would mesh with our local land development code, particularly as they're revising the land development code as we speak.
okay.
And get that information from him, and if necessary, I can have him appear at the next meeting to address your questions directly.
And you'll bring that back. If he does not, you can bring back the other information that you can gather, correct?
Correct.
Okay, will that make you,
Well, I think that's the direction we need to go in. Yes, I
Okay.
think that's productive.
okay?
Thank you.
Mr. Miller,
Yes,
will that make you satisfied at this point in time? That's what I'm looking for right now, is that everybody walks out of here and they feel like,
Pardon me, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
yeah, that's okay.
I think that the city commission should advise the school district in writing immediately that just what the city's strategic plan calls for. That states your position, as I understand it, that's a done deal. You're just reporting what's on the record. Something else I need to be clear on.
Okay.
Should I start making phone calls in the morning and saying, look, the city is open to some creative approach here?
The city's not involved in that at all. That's what I'm saying,
The school district's already indicated that they are interested in selling the property.
I make a motion to adjourn this meeting, please.
Okay, I need to,
I have a motion to adjourn the meeting, please.
hold on a
We're
second.
going around in circles.
So you're going to take care of all of this, correct? And you'll get back and we'll report back to us.
Yes, sir.
For everybody here tonight, thank you. I'm sorry that we don't have full resolution, but please know that we're trying to move in that direction. Please know that we're trying to move in that direction. And with that, I need a second for adjournment.
I have one thing I'd like to say
Yes.
for you.
Yeah.
I inadvertently this week sent an email. I didn't mean to send the email. I was doing a banter with a very dear friend of mine and a person who I trust from this young. The email was inadvertently sent out. I would like to apologize, Mr. Rudd, to the commission, to the people, to the mayor. I apologize for the colorful language. The thing that I do not apologize for is I do worry about just what we've been talking about is outside thing other than the commission. But I wish to work together with Mr. Rudd and continue the commission to do the best for the city we can. I do apologize, and I'm sorry that it happened. It was inadvertent, but I just want to make that clear.
Okay, with that, we're adjourned. Thank you all.